the very beginning stood Arnold Bru's Est 1905, that grand and sprawling department store. It served as the home for thousands of gnomes, as they named themselves, who had abandoned their old lives in the wild countryside generations ago to settle beneath the floorboards of humankind. They didn't have much to do with humans, of course. Humans were large, sluggish, and rather dim. Gnomes lived at a frantic pace, where a single decade felt like an entire century. Having dwelled within the store for over 80 years, they had utterly forgotten concepts like the sun or rain or wind. The store was their entire world, a perfect creation of the legendary Arnold Bros, Est 1905, built just for them. Then, from an outside they didn't believe was real, came Masklin and his small, weary tribe. They knew all about rain and wind, thank you very much. That was precisely why they'd tried to escape them. They brought with them the thing. For years the tribe had considered it a simple talisman, a lucky charm. Only within the store, near the strange energy called electricity, did it stir to life. It began whispering to a few chosen gnomes, telling them truths they could scarcely grasp. They learned their ancestors had come from the stars, arriving in a great ship, and that this ship still circled somewhere in the sky above, waiting through millennia to take them home. They also learned the store itself was doomed, scheduled for demolition in just 3 weeks. The tale of how Masklin tricked, bullied, and inspired the gnomes to flee the store by commandeering one of its massive trucks is told elsewhere. They reached an old quarry, and for a short while things were peaceful. But when you stand only 4 inches tall in a world ruled by giants, peace is a fragile thing. They soon discovered humans planned to reopen the quarry. Around the same time, they stumbled upon a scrap of newspaper bearing the image of Richard Arnold, grandson of one of the store's founders. His company, now a vast international corporation, was launching its first communications satellite, and the article stated Richard, age 39, was traveling to Florida to watch the thing confess to Masklin that if it could only reach space, it could call the waiting ship. So Masklin made a decision that was both ridiculous and impossible. He would take a few Nomes, journey to the airport, and find a way to reach Florida to get the thing into the sky. He didn't know it was impossible, however, so he resolved to try anyway. Believing Florida was perhaps 5 miles distant and possibly a type of beverage, operating under the assumption there were only a few hundred humans in existence and having no concrete plan beyond sheer determination, Masklin and his companions set out. Meanwhile, the gnomes who stayed behind faced their own battle with the humans, a story of its own. They defended their quarry as long as possible before making a desperate escape. But this is Masklin's story. The only reference to Florida the gnomes had ever seen was on an old carton of orange juice. Once a gnome gets an idea, it takes root and won't be easily dislodged. Consider the eye of your imagination a camera sweeping across the cosmos. This is the universe, a glittering sphere of galaxies like baubles on a cosmic tree. Find a single galaxy, a swirl of light like cream stirred into coffee. Each tiny point a sun, find one particular star. Focus closer. Here is a solar system, planets racing through the void around their central fire. Some cling close, scorching hot, others drift in the distant cold where comets are born. Find a blue planet. Focus. This is a world, mostly water, called Earth. Find a country. Focus again. The world swam into view in patches of colour, sun-washed blues, tired greens, and dusty browns. A pale, elongated shape resolved into an airport, a concrete hive buzzing with silver bees. A building swelled with human noise and movement, a hall of chaotic light and bustle. Then the view narrowed to a bin overflowing with trash. Finally, a pair of tiny eyes came into sharp relief. Click. Masklin carefully slid down the side of a weathered fast food carton. He had been observing the humans. There were hundreds upon hundreds of them. A grim realization was settling over him. Boarding a jet plane was nothing at all like commandeering a truck. Nearby, Angalo and Girder had burrowed into the refuse, miserably sharing the cold, greasy remains of a French fry. This is a blow to everyone. Masklin reflected. Consider Girder. Back in the department store, he was the abbot. He clung to the faith that Arnold Bros had created that world just for gnomes. Even now, part of him hopes some higher power is watching, because surely we must matter. Yet out here, all the evidence suggests we don't matter in the slightest. Then there's Angalo. He doesn't believe in Arnold Bros for a second, but I think he enjoys having the idea around just so he can defiantly reject it. And me? I never imagined it would be this difficult. I pictured jet planes as merely oversized trucks with extra wings and fewer wheels. The sheer number of humans in this place is staggering. How are we supposed to locate one specific man, grandson Richard 39, in this chaos? I really hope they leave me a bit of that fry. Angelo glanced up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Spot him yet? Masklin gave a weary shrug. I've seen plenty of humans with beards. They all look identical to me. See, Angelo said, shooting a look at Gerda. Blind faith gets you nowhere. He might have already left, Masklin offered. He could have walked right past us without a second glance. Then let's call it a day and head back, Angelo insisted, a new edge of worry in his tone. The others will be wondering where we are. We made the attempt. We saw the airport. We almost got crushed a dozen times. Mission accomplished. Now, let's return to reality. What's your thought, Gerda? Masklin asked. The abbot met his gaze with profound despair. I don't know, he murmured. I truly don't. I had hoped. His voice faded away. He looked so utterly defeated that even Angelo reached out and gave his shoulder an awkward pat. Don't beat yourself up, Angelo said, his usual bravado softening. You didn't honestly expect some mythical grandson Richard, 39, to descend from the clouds and whisk us off to Florida, did you? We gave it a shot. It didn't pan out. Time to go home. Of course I didn't think that, Gerda replied testily, a flicker of his old fire returning. I merely thought, perhaps there would be a path, a sign, face it. The world belongs to humans. They built it all. They control it all. We might as well get used to it, Angelo stated flatly. Masklin's attention shifted to the thing. He knew it was listening. It was just a small black cube, yet it always seemed to possess a certain attentive stillness when it was engaged. The frustrating part was its silence. It only spoke on its own inscrutable terms. It doled out just enough assistance to keep you going, but never a surplus. It felt like a constant test. Asking it for help always felt like an admission of failure. But they had run out of options. Then he began. I know you can hear me. This building must be full of electricity. We're at the airport. We cannot find grandson Richard, 39. We have no idea where to even begin. Please, help us. The thing remained silent. Listen, Masklin said, his voice low and firm. If you refuse to help, we will return to the quarry and face the humans there. But that won't concern you, because we will leave you here. We will abandon you, and no Nome will ever find you again. That will be the end of your chances. We will die out, and the Nome race will vanish forever, and it will be on you. Years from now, you'll be alone and useless, and you'll think, I should have helped Masklin when he asked. You'll wish, if I could do it over, I would help him. Well, imagine all that has already happened, and you've been magically given that second chance. Help us now. It's just a machine. Angalo snapped, his patience finally breaking. You can't reason with a box. You can't threaten a piece of machinery. A single crimson dot glowed on the thing's dark exterior. I understand you can interpret what other machines are thinking, Masklin countered. But can you interpret the thoughts of Nomes? Probe my mind, thing, if you doubt my sincerity. You desire Nomes to behave with intelligence. Well, I am behaving intelligently. I'm intelligent enough to recognize when I require aid. I require aid at this moment, and you are capable of providing it. I am certain of this. If you refuse to assist us now, we will depart immediately and act as if you never were. A second light illuminated, dimly. Masklin rose and gave a nod to the others. Very well, he stated. We're leaving. The thing emitted a faint electronic sound, its version of a gnome clearing his throat. How may I be of service? It inquired. Angelo shot a grin at Gerda. Masklin resumed his seat. Locate grandson Richard Arnold, age 39, he instructed. This process will require a significant duration, the thing replied.
Oh,
Several lights shifted across the thing's surface. Then it announced, I have identified a Richard Arnold, aged 39. He has just entered the departure lounge for Flight 205, destination Miami, Florida. That did not seem to take very long, Maskelyne observed. It was 300 microseconds, said the thing. That is a long time. I also do not believe I comprehended all of that, Maskelyne added, which specific portions were unclear. Almost all of them, admitted Maskelyne. Everything after entered an individual with the correct name is currently present and waiting in a designated room to board a large silver bird that flies through the air, bound for a location called Florida, the thing explained. What large silver bird? Angalo asked. It signifies a jet aircraft. It is being sarcastic, Maskelyne interpreted. Really, how does it acquire all this information? Angalo questioned, his tone distrustful. This structure is filled with computers, the thing stated. What? Similar to you? The thing somehow conveyed offence. They are exceedingly primitive, it declared. But I can comprehend them. Provided, I think, sufficiently slowly, their function is to track human movements. That's more than most humans manage, Angalo remarked. Can you determine how we might reach him? Gerda asked, his face bright with hope.
Wait. Just wait.
Angalo interjected hastily. Let's not act impulsively here. We journeyed here to find him, correct? Said Gerda. Yes, but what is our actual plan?
Well, naturally, that is to say, we do not even know what a departure lounge is.
The thing indicated it is a room where humans await boarding an airplane, Maskelyne clarified. Gerda poked an accusatory finger at Angalo. You are afraid, aren't you? He accused. You fear that if we actually encounter grandson Richard, 39, it will confirm the real existence of an Arnold Brose and prove you have been mistaken. You are precisely like your father. He also could never tolerate being incorrect. I am concerned for you, Angelo retorted, his voice dropping to a more serious, almost weary tone. Because you will witness that grandson Richard, 39, is merely a human. Arnold Brose was merely human as well, or possibly two humans. They constructed the store solely for humans. They were entirely unaware of Nomes. And you can omit my father from this discussion. The thing opened a small hatch on its top, a thing it did occasionally when closed. The seams were invisible, but whenever the thing became deeply engaged, it would open and extend a small silver dish on a pole or a complex array of pipes. This time, a piece of wire mesh on a metal rod emerged. It began to rotate slowly. Maskelyne picked up the device. While the other two argued, he asked quietly, Do you know the location of this lounge? Yes, said the thing. Then, let us proceed, Maskelyne said. Angelo looked over. Hey, what are you doing? He demanded. Maskelyne ignored him. He addressed the thing. And do you know how much time remains before he departs for Florida? Approximately 30 minutes. Gnomes exist at a pace 10 times quicker than humans. They are more difficult to spot than a mouse in a sprint. This is one reason humans rarely notice them. The other is that humans possess a remarkable talent for overlooking things they are convinced cannot possibly be real. 3 tiny figures, no taller than a few inches, moved like fleeting shadows across the airport floor. They wove between the massive, rumbling wheels of luggage carts, slipped past the slow-moving legs of humans, and darted around chair legs with practiced ease, crossing a vast, echoing corridor. They became nearly invisible blurs before vanishing completely behind the broad leaves of a potted plant. It's often said that everything is connected, that a ripple here creates a wave somewhere else. Whether that's true, or the world is simply full of repeating patterns, is hard to say. Consider, for instance, a plant growing high on a misty mountainside thousands of miles away. It looked like one giant flower, wedged in the fork of a tree, its roots dangling in the air to catch nourishment from the fog. Technically, an epiphytic bromeliad, though the plant didn't care about the name. Water collected in a tiny pool at its center, and in that pool lived frogs. Exceptionally small frogs, with life cycles so brief they seemed almost provisional. They hunted insects among the petals, laid eggs in the water, and their tadpoles grew into new frogs, continuing the cycle. When each frog died, It sank down, becoming part of the compost that nourished the very plant that sheltered it. This was the unchanging world as the frogs knew it, until one day while hunting, a single frog crawled around the side of an outer petal and saw something entirely new. It saw the universe, or more accurately, it saw the tree branch stretching away into the mist, and several yards away, sparkling with droplets in a sudden shaft of sunlight, was another flower. The frog sat and stared, a soft, puzzled croak escaping its throat. Hung! 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 Girder slumped against the wall, panting as heavily as an overheated dog. Angelo was just as winded, his face turning red from the effort of trying to hide it. "Why didn't you warn us?" he demanded, gasping for air. "You were too busy arguing," Masklin replied calmly. "I figured the only way to get you both moving was to just start running myself." That frog's moment of cosmic wonder lasted about 3 seconds before it was forgotten. Frogs aren't known for their long-term memory. "Thank you. So much." Girder managed to heave between breaths. "How are you not even winded?" "I'm used to running when I have to," said Masklin, peering cautiously around the plant. "All right, Thing, what's next? Proceed along this corridor. The Thing instructed. It's packed with humans." Girder squeaked in alarm. "Everywhere is packed with humans." "That's the whole point of this journey," Masklin stated flatly. He paused, then added, "Seriously, Thing, isn't there another route?" Girder almost got flattened back there. Intricate patterns of coloured light shifted across the Thing's surface. "Clarify your primary objective," it said. "We must locate grandson Richard, the 39th. Girder panted. "No, getting to Florida is the real goal," Masklin countered. "It is not," Girder insisted. "I don't even want to go to Florida." Masklin hesitated, the constant thunder of human activity echoing around them. "This might not be the best time for this," he began, "but I haven't been completely honest with you." He then explained everything about the Thing's true nature, about space, and about the ship waiting in the sky. The noise of the bustling airport filled the silence that followed. Finally, Girder whispered, "You mean you're not actually trying to find grandson Richard 39 at all?" "I'm sure he's very important," Masklin said quickly. "But you're right, that's not the main mission in Florida. There's a place with a special kind of jet that goes straight up. They use it to put beeping radio things into the sky." "Oh, come on," Angelo scoffed, finally catching his breath. "You can't just put things in the sky, they'd fall down." "I don't fully understand it either," Masklin admitted. "But the Thing says if you go up high enough, the idea of down sort of disappears. Anyway, all we have to do is get to Florida, put the Thing on one of those upward-bound jets, and it can handle the rest. All." Angelo repeated, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Just a simple cross-country trip for us tiny folk, dodging giants and their machines. What could possibly go wrong?" "It can't be more difficult than taking a truck," Masklin remarked. Girder was utterly appalled by this point. "You aren't actually proposing we take a plane, are you?" "Whoa," Angelo exclaimed, his eyes brightening as if powered from within. He adored all kinds of machines, particularly when they were moving at high speed. "You'd be all for it, wouldn't you?" Girder accused. "Whoa," Angelo repeated, seemingly gazing at a vision only he could perceive. "You're insane," Girder stated. "Nobody mentioned stealing any plane," Masklin interjected swiftly. "We are not stealing a plane. We're just hoping to catch a ride on one." "Whoa! And we are not attempting to pilot it, Angelo." Angelo gave a shrug. "Fine," he said. "But imagine I'm aboard and the pilot falls sick. Then I suppose I'd have to take control. I handled the truck fairly well." "You were constantly colliding with objects," Girder cried. "I was getting the hang of it. Besides, there's nothing to hit in the sky except clouds, and they seem pretty forgiving," Angelo argued. "There's the ground," Girder pointed out. "Oh, the ground wouldn't be an issue. It'd be much too distant." Masklin tapped the Thing. "Do you know the location of the jet heading to Florida?" "Yes." "Then guide us there. Steer clear of humans as much as possible. And where does the orange juice fit into all this?" Girder asked. "I'm not entirely certain about the orange juice part," Masklin admitted. A gentle rain was falling, and with early evening settling in, lights began to glow around the airport. No one noticed the faint clink as a small ventilation grate detached from an exterior wall. 3 indistinct shapes descended onto the wet concrete and hurried toward the aircraft. Angelo looked upward, and further up, there seemed to be no end to the upward view. He tilted his head all the way back, nearly overcome with emotion. "Oh, whoa," he kept murmuring. "It's excessively large," Girder muttered, trying to avoid looking. Like many gnomes born in the store, he despised gazing up and not finding a ceiling. Angelo shared that dislike, but even more, he hated not moving at speed. "I've watched them ascend into the sky," Masklin said. "They truly do fly. Believe me." Whoa. It towered above them, so immense that you had to keep stepping backward to grasp its full scale. Rain shimmered on its surface. The airport lights painted smears of green and white across its sides. It wasn't merely an object. It was a fragment of sculpted sky. Masklin added quietly, "Naturally, they appear smaller when they're far away." He stared up at the plane, feeling more diminutive than ever before. "I need one," Angelo groaned, clenching his fists. "Look at it. It looks like it's moving too fast even while it's standing still. So how do we board it?" Girder pressed. "Can't you just picture their faces back home if we showed up with this?" Angelo said dreamily. "Yes, I can." "With dreadful clarity," Girder replied. "But how do we get on it?" "We could," Angelo began, then hesitated. "Why must you spoil everything?" he snapped. Masklin pointed. "There are openings where the wheels retract. I believe we could climb up there." "No," stated the thing, tucked under Masklin's arm. "You would be unable to breathe. You must be properly inside. Where planes travel, the air is thin." "I should hope so," said Girder firmly. "That's what makes it air." "You would not be able to breathe," the thing repeated with patience. "Yes, I would," Girder insisted. "I've always managed to breathe. You find more air near the ground," Angelo chimed in. "I read that in a book. There's plenty of air down low and not much when you go up high." "Why not?" Girder asked. "Don't know. Maybe it's scared of heights." Angelo quipped. Masklin sloshed through puddles on the concrete to peer around the far side of the aircraft. Some distance away, a couple of humans were operating machinery to load crates into an opening in the plane's flank. He walked back, circling the enormous tires, and squinted up at a long elevated tube extending from the terminal building. He pointed toward it. "I believe that's how people are brought aboard," he remarked. "What? Through a tube? Like plumbing?" said Angelo. "It's preferable to remaining out here in the rain regardless," Girder replied. "I'm drenched already." "There are steps and cables and such," Masklin noted. "Climbing up shouldn't be too challenging. There's sure to be an opening we can squeeze through." He sniffed the damp air. "There invariably is," he added, "whenever humans construct anything." "Let's go for it," Angelo exclaimed, his voice full of excitement. "This is incredible, but you're not to attempt to commandeer it," Masklin stated firmly as they assisted the somewhat stout Girder into a jog. "It is heading in the direction we need to go anyway." "Not where I wish to go," Girder lamented. "I wish to return home, and you're not to try to operate it. We are too few, besides. I anticipate it is far more complex than a truck. It is a— Do you recall what it is named, that object?" "A Concorde, precisely," said Masklin. "It is a Concorde, whatever that may be, and you must give your word not to steal it." Slipping through a crevice in the passenger boarding tunnel was less challenging than processing what awaited them on the other side. The floors in the quarry sheds had been rough planks or packed dirt. Inside the terminal, it was tiles of a glossy, artificial stone, but here, Girder threw himself forward, pressing his face into the surface. "Carpet," he cried, his voice choked with emotion. "Carpet, I never imagined I would encounter you again."
"Oh, stand up,"
said Angelo, feeling awkward at the abbot behaving so emotionally in front of someone who, however close a companion, was not store-born. Girder rose clumsily. "My apologies," he muttered, dusting himself off. "I don't know what came over me. It simply transported me back. That is all authentic carpet. I haven't seen genuine carpet for many months." He blew his nose loudly. "We had exquisite carpets in the store. You understand, exquisite. Some featured intricate designs." Masklin peered up the tunnel. It resembled one of the store's hallways and was quite well lit. "We should proceed," he said. "This area is too visible. Where are all the people thing? They will be arriving shortly." "How does it know?" Gerda grumbled. "It listens to other devices," Masklin explained. "There are also numerous computers on this aircraft," stated the thing. "Well, that's pleasant," Masklin said absently. "You will have others to converse with then." "They are rather unintelligent," said the thing, managing to convey scorn without any physical means to do so. A short distance ahead, the corridor opened into a new area. Masklin could see a drape and what appeared to be the arm of a chair. "Very well, Angelo," he said. "Take the lead. I know you're eager to." A couple of minutes later, the three of them were huddled beneath a seat. Masklin had never truly contemplated the interiors of airplanes. He had spent days on the cliff behind the quarry, observing them depart. Naturally, he had assumed people were inside. People get into everything, but he had never genuinely considered the insides. If anything ever appeared to be composed entirely of exteriors, it was an airplane, yet it had overwhelmed Gerda. He was weeping. "Electric lighting," he whimpered, "and more carpets and large plush seats. They even have protective cloths on the headrests, and there is no mud anywhere. There are even signage." There," said Angelo helplessly, patting his shoulder. "It was a fine store, I know." He glanced up at Masklin. "You must concede it is disconcerting," he said. "I was anticipating, well, wiring and conduits and thrilling control levers and such, not something reminiscent of the Arnold Brothers furnishings department." "We ought not to linger here," said Masklin. "There will be people everywhere quite soon. Recall what the thing indicated." They helped Gerda to his feet and hurried with him between them beneath the rows of seats. But Masklin realized it differed from the store in one crucial aspect. Hiding spots were scarce. Unlike the store, with its endless shelves and crannies, this vast metal space offered little refuge. The sounds, distant at first, were growing nearer in a section devoid of seats. Masklin spotted a gap behind a heavy curtain. He shoved the thing ahead of him and scrambled in. The noises were no longer distant. They were right there. Turning his head, he saw a human shoe mere inches from his face. At the rear of the cramped space was a hole in the metal wall where a thick bundle of cables passed through. It was a tight squeeze, just enough for Angalo and Masklin, and with a great deal of pulling, they managed to haul a panicked Gerda in after them. They were invisible, packed together in the gloom, but they were also blind, lying awkwardly on the hard cables. After a moment, Gerda whispered, "I'm feeling slightly less terrified now." Masklin gave a silent nod. The world around them was a symphony of alien noises. From deep below came a series of heavy metallic clangs. The mournful murmur of human voices was followed by a sudden jolt. "Thing?" he breathed. "Yes? What's going on out there? The aircraft is preparing for departure. It will become airborne." "Oh, do you comprehend the term?" "Not exactly. Not really. It means to be carried through the air. Borne signifies transport, and air is, well, the atmosphere. To be borne aloft." Airborne, Masklin could hear Angelo's shallow breathing beside him. He tried to find a comfortable position wedged between the cold wall and the cable bundle, staring into the absolute darkness. The Nomes fell silent after what felt like an age. A faint lurch and a sense of motion began. Then, nothing. The nothingness stretched on. Finally, Gerda's voice, quivering with dread, broke the quiet. Is it too late to reconsider, if we were to?" A sudden, deep-throated roar from afar answered him. A low, powerful vibration shook their entire world, gentle yet undeniable. Then came a weightless pause, a suspended moment like a ball at the peak of its arc, and an invisible force gathered all three of them and tumbled them into a tangled, shrieking heap. The floor seemed determined to become the wall. Clutching each other, staring wide-eyed into each other's terrified faces, they screamed until their voices gave out. It was exhausting, and frankly, a bit pointless once the initial shock wore off. The floor, having had its rebellious moment, very slowly decided to be a floor again and settled down. Masklin pushed Angalo's foot from where it was, pressing against his throat. "I believe we are now flying," he stated. "Is that what that was?" Angalo gasped weakly. It looks a lot more graceful from the ground, all smooth and bird-like. Is anyone injured? Girder pulled himself upright, wincing. I am a collection of bruises, he announced, dusting himself off then, because a gnome's priorities are immutable, he added. Does anyone have any idea where we might find something to eat? Food hadn't crossed their minds. Masklin peered back into the tunnel of wires. Perhaps we won't require any, he said, without much conviction. Thing, how long to Florida? The human in command has stated the journey will take several hours, the thing replied. We'll perish from hunger, Girder wailed. Maybe there's something to hunt in here, Angalo suggested, a spark of hope in his voice. Masklin shook his head. I doubt it. This doesn't strike me as a mouse-friendly environment. The humans will have provisions, Girder declared with certainty. Humans always have food. It's a universal constant. I knew you were going to say that, Angalo muttered. Time for a gnome, stretches and warps. A single hour can feel like half a day. I'd like to see out a window, Angalo mused, his adventurous spirit rekindling. I want to see how fast we're going. All the clouds and land rushing by. Listen, Masklin interjected, before the planning got out of hand. Let's just wait a while, all right, everyone? Stay calm. Get some rest. Then perhaps we can scout for sustenance. They settled back down. At the very least it was warm and dry. After a lifetime in a damp hole in a riverbank where being cold and wet was the default state, Masklin wasn't about to scorn a chance to sleep in warmth. He drifted into a light doze, airborne. The word echoed in his mind, a promise and a threat all at once. Airborne, perhaps. It was possible that hundreds of gnomes lived inside airplanes, just as they had once lived inside the store. Maybe they carried on with their lives beneath the carpeted floors, completely unaware as they were whisked away to all the distant lands Masklin had seen on that single precious map. That map, found in a forgotten pocket diary, had names that sounded like pure enchantment. Africa, Australia, China, the Equator, Iceland, printed in Hong Kong. Perhaps those airplane gnomes never once looked out a window. Perhaps they never even realized they were moving at all. He suddenly understood what Grimma had been trying to tell him with that story about the frogs in the flower, the one she'd read in a book. You could spend your entire life in one small, sheltered place and believe it was the entire universe. The problem was he'd been too frustrated and angry to listen at the time. Well, there was no doubt about it now. He was certainly out of the flower. In that old story, the adventurous frog had brought other young frogs to its perch at the very edge of their flower world. They all stared at the vast branch stretching away before them. It wasn't just one flower out there. There were dozens, though the frogs couldn't conceive of such a number. Being frogs, they just saw many, many separate ones. They stared, because staring is a frog's great talent. Thinking deeply is not. It would be a comforting tale to say those little frogs pondered profoundly about the new flower, reflected on their limited lives in the old one, felt a noble urge to explore, or even suspected the world was larger than a single petal-ringed pool. In truth, what they actually thought was a simple, repetitive mip, 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 yet what they felt was a restless, swelling sensation that their familiar flower could no longer contain. Hesitantly uncertain of their own motives, they began to plop down onto the unfamiliar branch. A polite electronic beep sounded from the thing. You may be interested to know, it announced, that we have now broken the sound barrier. Masklin turned, exhausted, to his companions. All right, which one of you did it? He demanded. Who broke it? Don't look at me, Angelo said defensively. I never touched a thing. Crawling to the edge of their hiding hole, Masklin peered out. He saw human feet, female feet, judging by the style of the shoes, often less practical than the males. You could learn a great deal about humans from their footwear. It was usually the only part of them a gnome got a good, long look at. The rest was typically just the distant, unappealing underside of a nose, far above. Masklin sniffed the air. There's food nearby, he stated. What kind? Angelo asked. Who cares what kind? Girder exclaimed, shoving past him. Whatever it is. I'm having some. Get back here, Masklin snapped, thrusting the thing into Angelo's arms. I'll go! Angelo, don't let him move! He darted out into the open, sprinted for the shelter of a hanging curtain, and slipped behind it. After a moment, he edged just enough of his face out to peer with one wary eye. The room was some sort of human feeding area. Women were taking trays of food from a heated compartment in the wall. A Nome's sense of smell is keener than a fox's, and the aroma was so overpowering Masklin had to fight not to drool. He had to admit, for all the pride in hunting and growing your own food, it simply couldn't compare to the miraculous ready-made feasts humans left lying around. One of the women placed a final tray on a wheeled cart and began pushing it right past Masklin's hiding spot. The wheels were nearly as tall as he was. As it squeaked by, on a reckless impulse, he jumped from his cover and leapt aboard, squeezing himself between clinking bottles. It was a foolish, dangerous thing to do, he knew, but in that moment, it seemed far better than being trapped in a hole with two arguing fools. The cart rolled on. His new world became a forest of shoes, rows and rows of them, black ones, brown ones, some with laces, some without. Many were empty, their owners having kicked them off. Masklin dared to look up as the trolley crept forward. Rows and rows of legs, some in skirts, but most in trousers. He looked up further, a perspective Nomes almost never saw. Rows and rows of human bodies, topped by rows and rows of heads with faces attached, a vast breathing panorama of giants. Overwhelmed, Masklin shrank back into the scant safety between the bottles. Grandson Richard, 39 years old, was watching him. It had to be the face from the newspaper, the neat little beard, the wide smile full of teeth, and the hair that seemed sculpted from something glossy rather than grown naturally. Grandson Richard, 39. For a moment, the face stared right at him before turning away. He couldn't have seen me, Masklin reassured himself. I'm tucked out of sight up here. What would Girders say if I told him? He'd lose his mind. That's what. Maybe I'll hold on to this for a bit. That might be a surprisingly smart move. We already have plenty to worry about 39. Either there were 38 other grandson Richards before him, which didn't seem likely, or it was just the human newspaper way of saying he was 39 years old, nearly half as old as the store itself, and the store Nomes always claimed the store was as old as the world. I know that can't be true, but still, what must it feel like to live almost forever? He wriggled deeper among the items on the shelf. Most were bottles, but there were also a few bags holding lumpy objects a little smaller than his fist. He jabbed at the packaging with his knife until he'd cut an opening large enough and tugged one out. A salted peanut. Well, it was a start. He seized the packet just as a hand swept past, so close it nearly brushed him. He could see the bright red polish on its fingernails as the fingers slid by, closed slowly around another packet of nuts, and withdrew. Later, it occurred to Masklin that the flight attendant wouldn't have been able to see him. She'd simply reached into the tray for what she expected to find, and that almost certainly didn't include a gnome. That's what he reasoned afterward. In the moment, with a human hand almost grazing his head, everything felt entirely different. He took a running leap off the cart, tumbled when he hit the carpet, and scrambled beneath the nearest seat. He didn't pause to catch his breath. Experience had taught him that stopping to rest was when things caught up with you. He dashed from seat to seat, weaving around enormous feet, discarded shoes, fallen newspapers, and bags. By the time he crossed the aisle toward the galley, he was moving so fast he'd have been a blur even by Gnome standards. He didn't slow when he reached the access hole. He just jumped and slipped cleanly through without touching the sides. "One peanut," said Angalo. "Split 3 ways. That's barely a bite each. What do you propose?" Masklin shot back, still bitter from the close call. "Should we march up to the flight attendant and announce there are 3 tiny, hungry people down here?" Angalo stared at him. Masklin had caught his breath by now, but was still flushed. "You know, that might actually be worth trying," Angalo said thoughtfully. "What?" "Well, if you were a human, would you expect to see gnomes on an airplane?" "Of course not. Bet you'd be pretty shocked if you did, right? Are you suggesting we deliberately reveal ourselves to a human?" Girder asked, suspicious. "We've never done anything like that." I almost did just now, Masklin admitted, and I'm not eager to repeat the experience. So we'd rather starve to death sharing one peanut. Is that it? Gerda gazed wistfully at the bit of nut in his hand. They'd eaten peanuts in the store, of course, usually around the Christmas season when the food hall overflowed with special treats. They made a nice finish to a meal. Probably they'd make a nice start to one, too. What they didn't make was a whole meal.
What's the plan, then?
He asked wearily. Nearby, one of the flight attendants was lifting trays from a shelf when a flicker of motion made her glance up. Her head turned slowly. Something small and dark was being lowered right beside her ear. It stuck its tiny thumbs in its ears, waggled its fingers, and stuck out its tongue. Thrrrrb went Gerda. The tray in the human's hands clattered to the floor at her feet. The figure let out a prolonged, wailing shriek, not unlike a distant foghorn, and stumbled backward, hands flying to its mouth. It pivoted with the ponderous, deliberate slowness of a great oak beginning its final fall, then vanished through the curtains. By the time it returned accompanied by another person, the small intruder had disappeared, and so had a significant portion of the meal. I honestly can't recall the last time I tasted smoked salmon, Gerda remarked with deep satisfaction. A muffled, chewing sound was Angalo's only reply. That is not the proper way to eat it, Gerda scolded. You don't just cram the entire piece into your mouth and then slice off whatever is hanging out. What sort of impression does that give? No one here to see. Angalo managed around the mouthful. Just you and Masklin. Masklin had managed to pry the top off a container of milk, which to them was practically a barrel. Now, this is what I call provisions, said Gerda approvingly. Proper food, from proper containers, none of that tedious scrubbing dirt off your dinner like back in the quarry days, and it's wonderfully warm in here. This is truly the only civilized way to journey. He poked at a small dish with his knife, its contents a mystery. Anyone care for some of this substance? The others declined. The dish held something glossy, trembling, and an artificial shade of pink, crowned with a single cherry. It possessed a peculiar quality of looking utterly inedible, even to someone who hadn't eaten in a week. After watching Gerda bravely chew and swallow a portion, Masklin asked, "What's it taste like?" "It tastes pink," Gerda stated definitively. It was one of those baffling, jiggly desserts that appears on every airplane tray as if mandated by some obscure and unquestionable law of aviation catering. "Anyone want the peanut for dessert?" Angelo asked, grinning. "No? Shall I just toss it then?" "No." Masklin's voice was sharper than he intended. They both looked at him. "I mean, you shouldn't," he said more calmly. "It's wrong. Wasting good food is just stupid. Keep it. You never know when you might need it." Angelo stretched and yawned. A proper wash would be wonderful, he mused. Didn't spot any water, Masklin said. There's bound to be a sink or something, but finding it in this maze would be a task. Speaking of which, Angelo began. "Use the far end of the duct, please," Gerda instructed primly. "And maintain a safe distance from any electrical wiring," the thing added in its flat tone. Angelo nodded, though he looked confused, and crawled off into the shadows. Gerda yawned and stretched. "Won't the food-bringing humans come searching for us?" "I doubt it," Masklin said. "Back when we lived outside, I'm certain humans glimpsed us now and then. I don't think they ever truly believe their own eyes. If they'd ever seen a real gnome, they wouldn't waste their time making those absurd little garden statues." Gerda reached into his robe and carefully unfolded the picture of grandson Richard, 39. Even in the dim ductlight, Masklin could see it was unmistakably the man in the seat. This version wasn't creased from folding or composed of tiny dots, but the likeness was clear. "Do you think he might be on this airplane somewhere?" Gerda asked, his voice hopeful. "It's possible," Masklin said, feeling a pang of guilt. "But Gerda Angelo pushes things, but he might have a point. Maybe grandson Richard, 39, is just another human. The store was likely built just for them. Our ancestors probably just moved in because it was safe and warm, and—" "I'm not listening to this," Gerda interrupted, closing his ears figuratively. "I refuse to be told we're no better than rats or mice. We are special. The thing is quite certain we came from somewhere else, Gerda," Masklin offered gently. The abbot refolded the picture with care. Perhaps we did. Perhaps we didn't. He said, "It doesn't actually matter. Angelo believes it matters a great deal if it's true. I don't see why. There's more than one variety of truth." Gerda gave a philosophical shrug. "I could say you're merely a collection of dust, fluids, bones, and hair. That would also be true. You might say that what you are is something inside your head that vanishes when you die. That's also true. You should ask the thing about it." A cascade of coloured lights danced over the thing's surface. Masklin looked startled. "I've never actually asked it a question like that," he admitted. "Why not? It would be the very first thing I'd want to know. It'll most likely just say something like, 'does not compute or parameters inoperative.' That's its standard reply when it doesn't know the answer and doesn't want to say so thing." The thing remained silent, its light patterns shifting silently. "Thing?" Masklin repeated, a note of impatience creeping in. "I am currently monitoring communications," it stated flatly. "It does that when it's bored," Masklin explained to Gerda with a shrug. "It just sits there, eavesdropping on all the invisible chatter in the air. Pay attention, thing. This is serious. We need to—" The lights flickered violently, many of them flashing a warning red. "Thing, we—" The thing emitted a soft, precise click, its version of clearing a throat. "A gnome has been sighted in the pilot's cabin." "Listen, wait, what did you say?" "I repeat, a gnome has been sighted in the pilot's cabin." Masklin spun around, his eyes wide. "Angelo? That is an extremely high probability," confirmed the thing. "Travelling humans, large, gnome-like creatures. A curious number of humans spend a great deal of time journeying from one place to another, which is peculiar because there are usually already too many humans at their destination. See also entries for Animals, Intelligence, Evolution and Custard from a scientific encyclopedia for the inquiring young gnome by Angalo de Haberdashery. The echoes of Masklin's and Gerda's frantic voices bounced off the metal pipe walls as they clambered over a tangled nest of wires. "I knew he was taking too long. You never should have let him wander off alone. You know how he is about anything with a steering mechanism. I shouldn't have let him since— When does he listen to me? He has absolutely no sense of which way now. We've been looking forever." Angelo had predicted the plane's interior would be a jungle of wires and pipes. He wasn't far wrong. The two gnomes squeezed through a cramped, cable-choked world beneath the floor panels. "I'm too old for this." Gerda wheezed. There comes a point in a gnome's life when he should not be scrambling around inside terrifying flying machines. "How many times have you actually done it before?" "This makes once too many." "We are approaching the location," the thing announced. "This is what happens when we show ourselves. It's a judgment," Gerda declared dramatically. "Whose judgment?" Masklin asked grimly, hauling him over a bundle of cables. "What do you mean, whose?" "Well, there usually has to be someone doing the judging." "I meant a judgment in the general, cosmic sense." Masklin came to a halt. "Which way now, thing?" The communication informed the food-serving humans that a small, strange creature was on the flight deck. The thing reported, "That is our destination. There are numerous computational units here." "They're talking to you, are they?" Minimally. "They are rather childlike." "Primarily, they listen," said the thing, with a hint of superiority. "Their intelligence is not advanced. What are we going to do?" Gerda whispered, his earlier bravado fading. "We're going to—" Masklin trailed off. The word rescue floated temptingly in his mind. It was a splendid, heroic word. He ached to say it. The problem was that just beyond it waited another, simpler and far more troublesome word. How? "I don't believe they'd try to harm him," he said, hoping desperately it was true. A sudden grim thought crossed his mind. What if they just put him in a cup? Perhaps they'll just contain him somewhere. We need to find a vantage point to see what's happening. He gazed helplessly at the labyrinth of wires and intricate metal components before them. "You'd better let me take the lead then," said Gerda, his voice suddenly practical and assured. "Why?" "You may be an expert on wide-open spaces," said the abbot, brushing past him, "but in the store we became specialists in navigating the insides of things." He rubbed his hands together briskly. Right, he said, and with a confidence that surprised Masklin, he seized a thick cable and slipped through a gap so narrow Masklin hadn't even registered it was there. Used to do this sort of exploring when I was younger, Girder called back, a trace of nostalgic pride in his voice. We got up to all sorts of mischief. Really, said Masklin, scrambling to follow. This way, I think. Watch those wires. Oh, yes. Up and down the elevator shafts, in and out of the telephone switchboard. I thought you always complained that kids these days waste too much time running around causing trouble. Ah, yes. Well, that's juvenile delinquency, Girder replied sternly. It's entirely different from our own youthful high spirits. Let's try up this way. They squeezed between two warm metal panels. Daylight showed ahead. Masklin and Girder lay flat and pulled themselves forward. They found themselves looking into a strange, cramped room, not much larger than the cab of the truck. Like the cab, it was really just a space where the human drivers fit into the machinery. The walls and ceiling were covered with it. Lights and switches, dials and levers. Masklin thought, if Dorcas were here, we'd never drag him away. Angelo's in here somewhere, and we need to get him out. Two humans were kneeling on the floor, while one of the food service women stood nearby. A lot of low mooing and growling filled the air. Human talk, Masklin muttered. I wish we could understand it. Very well, said the thing. Stand by. You can understand human noises? Certainly. They are only gnome noises slowed down considerably. What? You never told us that. You never mentioned that before. There are billions of things I have not told you. Where would you like me to begin? Begin by telling me what they're saying right now, said Masklin. Please. One human just said, It must have been a mouse or something. The other replied, You show me a mouse wearing clothes, and I'll admit it was a mouse. The food service woman added, It was no mouse I saw. It blew a raspberry at me. What's a raspberry? The small red fruit of the plant, Rubus idaeus. Masklin turned to Girder. Did you? Me? What fruit? Listen, if there'd been any fruit around, I'd have eaten it. I just went, thrrr, rurp. One human has just said, I looked around and there it was, staring out the window. That's Angelo. All right, said Girder. Now the other kneeling human said, Well, whatever it is, it's behind this panel and it can't go anywhere. He's taking off a piece of the wall, said Masklin. Oh no, he's reaching inside. The human let out a moo. The human said, It bit me. The little devil bit me, reported the thing almost casually. Yep, that's Angalo, Girder said with a hint of pride. His father was just the same, a real fighter when cornered. But they don't understand what they've found, Masklin said urgently. They've seen him, but he got away. They're arguing about it. They don't truly believe in gnomes. If we can pull him out before he's caught, they'll just think it was a mouse or something. I suppose we could work our way around inside the walls, Girder considered. But it would take too long. Masklin scanned the cabin desperately. Besides the three people trying to catch Angalo, there were two humans up at the front, the drivers, he assumed. I'm completely out of ideas, he admitted. Can you think of anything? Thing? There is practically no limit to what I can think of. I mean, is there anything you can do to help us rescue Angalo? Yes, then you'd better do it. Very well. A moment later, the low clang of alarms filled the air. Lights began to flash urgently. The driver shouted, leaning forward to frantically flip switches. What's happening? Masklin asked. It is possible the humans are startled to discover they are no longer flying this machine, said the thing. They're not. Who is then? The lights rippled smoothly across the thing's surface. I am. One of the frogs slipped from the branch and vanished quietly into the leafy canopy far below. Since very small, light creatures can fall a great distance without harm, it's quite likely it survived in the forest world beneath the tree and had the second most interesting experience any tree frog has ever known. The rest of them continued their slow crawl onward. They were about to have the most extraordinary adventure any frog had ever undertaken, one that would be recorded in frog annals and talked about for, well, perhaps for a good little while. Masklin guided Girder through another cramped metal conduit packed with cables above them. The heavy thud of human footsteps and the grumbling of distressed voices echoed. They don't sound pleased, Girder observed. They're too busy to search for what they likely think was just a rodent, Masklin replied. It's not a rodent, it's Angalo. Exactly. Afterward, they'll convince themselves it was. Humans prefer not to acknowledge things that unsettle their view of the world. Sounds remarkably like Nomes, Girder muttered. Masklin glanced at the device tucked under his arm. Are you truly piloting the Concorde? He asked. Affirmative. I always believed driving meant turning wheels and shifting gears, said Masklin. Those actions are performed by automated systems. The humans press buttons and turn wheels merely to instruct the machines. So what is your role then? I, stated the thing with a hint of pride, am in command. Masklin listened to the deep, subdued roar of the engines. Is that difficult? The task itself is not, however. The human operators persistently attempt to intervene. Then we should locate Angalo without delay, Girder urged. Let's move. They edged along another narrow passage lined with wires. They ought to be grateful our thing is handling their duties for them, Girder declared solemnly. I suspect their perspective differs somewhat, Masklin noted dryly. We are currently travelling at an altitude of 55,000 feet at a velocity of 1,352 miles per hour, the thing announced. When no immediate reaction came, it added, that is exceptionally high and exceptionally fast. Impressive, said Masklin, sensing a response was required, extremely fast. The two gnomes squeezed through a narrow gap between metal panels, in fact faster than a fired bullet. Astounding, Masklin offered. Twice the speed of sound within this atmospheric layer. The thing continued, its tone now carrying a trace of insistence. Wow. Perhaps I can frame it differently, said the thing, sounding mildly exasperated. It could travel from the department store to the quarry in less than 15 seconds. A good thing we weren't going the opposite direction then, Masklin remarked. Oh, stop provoking it, chided Girder. It simply wants you to acknowledge it's a clever device, he amended. I do not, the thing retorted, more swiftly than usual. I was merely highlighting that this is a highly specialized machine requiring adept management. Perhaps you should conserve your processing power then, Masklin suggested. The thing's lights flickered in a pattern that seemed distinctly miffed. That was uncalled for, said Girder. Well, I've spent a year following this thing's instructions without a single thank you, Masklin countered. Just how high is 55,000 feet, anyway? Approximately 10 miles, twice the distance from the store to the quarry. Girder halted abruptly. Up, he whispered, his voice faint. We're that far up? He stared down at the solid floor beneath his feet. Oh, he said, a tremor in his voice. Now, don't you start, Masklin said quickly. We have enough concerns with Angalo. Stop clutching the wall like that. Girder had gone pale. We must be level with those fluffy white clouds, he breathed, his imagination painting a terrifying picture. Negative, said the thing. That is a slight comfort then, Girder sighed. They are all situated a considerable distance below us. Oh, Masklin seized the abbot's arm. Angalo, remember, he insisted. Girder gave a slow nod and began inching forward again, eyes tightly shut, fingers grasping at any solid surface. We must keep our wits about us, said Masklin, trying to sound convincing. Even at this tremendous height, he looked down, the metal beneath him was perfectly solid. It took a deliberate effort of imagination to picture the vast, empty drop below. The problem was, his imagination was unfortunately very vivid. A cold shiver ran through him. Oh, he muttered. Come on, Girder. Give me your hand. It's right here in front of you. Apologies. Difficult to see with my eyes closed. They spent what felt like an eternity navigating the labyrinth of wiring, moving with painstaking caution, until finally Girder said, It's no use. There isn't an opening large enough for us to pass through. Masklin was certain they would have discovered it if it existed. We need to find a way into the cockpit and get him out through there, he insisted. With all those humans inside, came the doubtful reply. They'll be too distracted to spot us. Isn't that right, Thing? Correct. There exists a height where the concept of down ceases to have meaning. Just below that, a sleek white shape sliced through the highest reaches of the sky, outpacing the darkness, chasing the sun, traversing in mere hours an ocean that once marked the boundary of all known lands. Masklin carefully lowered himself to the floor and began to inch forward. The humans weren't even glancing his way. I really hope the thing actually knows how to pilot this aircraft, he worried. He edged along toward the instrument panels where, with any luck, Angalo was concealed. This felt all wrong. He despised being this visible. Then again, it was probably far more terrifying back when he had to hunt alone in the wilderness. Back then, if something had caught him, he'd have been gone in an instant, just a quick snack. With humans who knew what they might do to a gnome they captured. He finally slipped into a welcome patch of darkness. "Angelo," he hissed. After a moment, a voice from behind a tangle of wires answered. "Who's there?" Masklin stood up a little straighter. "How many tries do you need?" he replied in his regular tone. Angelo dropped down. "They chased me," he exclaimed. One of them reached its arm right in. "I know. Let's go while they're occupied. What's going on?" Angelo asked as they hurried back into the lit area. "The thing is flying the plane for us. How? It doesn't have arms. It can't shift gears or anything. From what I gather, it's giving orders to the computers that handle all that."
Come on!
I peeked out the window. Angalo babbled, his eyes wide. "There's nothing but sky everywhere." "Please don't remind me," said Masklin. "I just want one more quick look," Angalo started. "Listen, Girder is waiting, and we really don't need any more problems. But this is incredible. It beats any truck we've ever seen." A choked, gurgling sound interrupted them. The Nomes looked up. One of the humans was staring right at them. Its mouth hung open, wearing the stunned expression of someone who will have an extraordinarily hard time explaining what they've just witnessed, even to themselves. The human was already beginning to rise from its seat. Angelo and Masklin exchanged a single glance. "Run!" they yelled in unison. Girder was lurking warily in a shadowy patch by the door when they shot past him, their little legs pumping like mad. He hastily gathered the hem of his robe and scrambled after them. "What's going on? What's happening? A human saw us? Don't abandon me. Don't leave me behind." Masklin led the way as the three of them bolted up the aisle between the rows of seats, the humans paying no mind to the tiny blurs racing past their feet. "We shouldn't have just stood there, gawking." Masklin panted. "We might never get another opportunity like that." Angelo wheezed in agreement. "You're absolutely right." The floor tilted under them slightly. "Thing, what are you doing?" "Creating a diversion." "Don't! Everyone over here!" Masklin veered between two seats, dodged a pair of enormous shoes, and flung himself flat onto the carpet. The others dove down beside him. A pair of massive human feet were now just inches away. Masklin pulled the thing close. "Give them back control of the airplane," he demanded. "I was rather hoping to be permitted to land it," said the thing. Its voice was always monotone, but Masklin detected a hint of longing in the words. "Do you actually know how to land one of these?" Masklin asked. "I would appreciate the opportunity to learn. Give it back to them this instant." There was a slight jolt and a shift in the pattern of lights on the thing's surface. Masklin let out a long breath. "Now can everyone please behave sensibly for the next 5 minutes?" he said. "Sorry, Masklin," said Angelo. He tried to look contrite, but it was no use. Masklin recognized that wide-eyed, nearly delirious grin, the look of someone who feels they've stumbled into their own personal paradise. "It's just, did you know it's blue down there? It's as if the ground has completely vanished, and if that thing decides to try flying again, we might all get a first-hand lesson in whether we can survive it," Masklin said, his voice heavy with gloom. "So maybe we should just sit here quietly, okay?" They remained silent for a long while, tucked beneath the seat. Finally, Girder spoke up. "That human over there has a hole in its sock." "What's your point?" asked Angalo. "I don't know exactly," Girder admitted. "It's just strange to think about humans having worn-out socks. You imagine them as being more put together. Where there are socks, holes are inevitable," Masklin observed pragmatically. "Those are quality socks, though," Angalo insisted. Masklin squinted at them. They looked like ordinary socks to him. Gnomes back in the store had used similar ones as sleeping bags. "How can you tell?" he asked. "They're high-style, odor-proof." Angelo stated with authority. Guaranteed 85% poly-something. We sold them in the store. Cost a lot more than the basic ones. See the label right there? Gerda let out a wistful sigh. It was a good store, he murmured. And those shoes, Angalo said, pointing toward the massive white shapes that resembled beached boats a short distance away. See those crucial street drifters with real rubber soles? Very expensive. Never cared for them myself. Gerda sniffed. Too flashy. I always preferred men's brown laced. A gnome can get a proper night's sleep inside one of those. Those drifter things are store shoes as well, are they? Masklin asked carefully. Oh, yes, special range, Angalo confirmed. Masklin stood and walked over to a large leather bag that was partly jammed under the seat. The others watched as he scrambled up it, pulled himself higher, and then risked a very quick peek over the armrest before sliding back down. Well, well, he said, his voice taking on a strange, cheerful edge. That's a store bag, isn't it? Gerda and Angalo gave it an appraising look. Didn't spend much time in travel accessories, said Angalo. But now that you mention it, it could be the special calfskin carry-on bag for the discerning executive, Gerda added. Yes, could be. Have you thought about how we're getting off this thing? Masklin asked. The same way we got on, Angalo suggested, though he clearly hadn't considered it. I think that might be difficult. I suspect the humans will have other plans, said Masklin. In fact, I think they might start searching for us, even if they just think we're mice. I wouldn't tolerate mice on something like this if I were them. You know how mice are always finding wires to nibble or worse. Could be downright dangerous when you're miles high, a mouse deciding to relieve itself inside a computer. So I believe the humans will take it very seriously. We should get off when they do. We'd be crushed. Angalo exclaimed. I was thinking maybe we could get inside this bag sort of thing, Masklin proposed. Preposterous, Gerda declared. Masklin took a deep breath. It belongs to grandson Richard, 39, you see, he said. I checked, he added, watching their faces closely. I saw him earlier. He's in the seat right up there. Grandson Richard, 39. He's up there now, reading a newspaper. Up there. Him. Gerda's face flushed. He poked a finger at Masklin. You expect me to believe? He demanded. That Richard Arnold, the grandson of Arnold Bros, established 1905, has holes in his socks. That'd make them holy socks, Angelo quipped. Sorry, just trying to lighten things up. No need to glare at me like that. Climb up and see for yourself, Masklin urged Gerda. I'll help you, just be careful. They hoisted Gerda up. He came back down quietly, his expression distant. Well, said Angelo, it's got R.A. in gold letters on the bag too, Masklin said, making frantic gestures toward Angalo. Gerda looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Yes, you can get that, Angalo said hurriedly. The sign used to say, gold monogram for only $5.99 extra. Talk to us, Gerda, said Masklin. Don't just sit there looking like that. This is a profoundly solemn moment for me, Gerda whispered, his voice full of awe. I thought I could cut through some of the stitching so we could get in at the bottom, Masklin explained, trying to steer the conversation back to practicality. I am not worthy, Gerda breathed. Probably not, Angalo agreed cheerfully, completely missing the gravity of the moment. We'll keep this to ourselves, Masklin assured him, hoping Gerda was following along. And Richard, my grandson, he's 39, will be assisting us without even realizing it, so it should all work out. Maybe it's even meant to be. He corrected himself internally, not meant by anyone in particular, just how things are. Gerda thought it over. All right then, he conceded, but no slicing the bag open. We can use the zipper, can't we? They managed it, though the zipper caught partway as zippers tend to do. Soon they had an opening wide enough for the gnomes to slip inside. What if he peers in? Angelo whispered. Do nothing, Masklin replied. Maybe just smile. Out on the branch, the tree frogs had ventured far. What had seemed a smooth stretch of grey-green wood was up close, a tangled landscape of rough bark, winding roots, and spongy moss. It was terrifying for creatures whose whole world had once been bordered by petals, yet they pressed on. Retreat wasn't in their vocabulary, Then again, neither was bromeliad, or frog, or any word at all. Hotels, according to Angelo de Haberdashery's Scientific Encyclopedia for the Inquiring Young Gnome, are where travelling humans are housed overnight. Other humans bring them meals, including the celebrated bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. There are beds, towels, and peculiar devices that shower humans clean. Inside the bag, it was pitch black. It's terribly dark in here, Masklin. Yes, and I can't find a good position. You'll have to manage. A hairbrush. I just sat on a hairbrush. We will be landing soon. Good. And there's a tube of something. I'm hungry. Isn't there anything to eat? I still have that peanut. Where? Where? Now you made me drop it. Girder? Yes? What are you doing? Are you cutting something? He's cutting a hole in his sock. Silence. Well, it's my sock. I can if I want to. More silence. I'll feel better once it's done. Still more silence. It's just a human girder. Nothing special about it. We're inside its bag, aren't we?
Yes.
But you said yourself that Arnold Bros is something in our minds, didn't you?
Yes.
Well then, this just makes me feel better, that's all. Subject closed, we're about to land. How will we know when? I am sure I could have managed it better, given time. Is this Florida, Angelo? Get your foot out of my face. Yes, this country has a history of welcoming immigrants. Is that what we are? Technically, you are travellers in transit to another destination, which is the stars. Oh, thing. Yes. Is there any record of gnomes being here before? What do you mean, we're the gnomes? Yes, but there might have been others. We're all there are, aren't we? Small coloured lights blinked in the bag's darkness. Thing. Masklin repeated. I am searching available data. Conclusion. No reliable sightings of gnomes. All recorded immigrants have exceeded 4 inches in height. Oh, I just wondered. I wondered if we were truly alone. You heard the thing? No reliable sightings, it said. No one noticed us until today. Thing? Do you know what comes next? We will pass through immigration and customs. Are you now, or have you ever been, a member of a subversive organization? Silence. What us? Why are you asking us that? It is a standard inquiry. I am monitoring communications. Oh, well, I don't believe we have we? No, we haven't. What does subversive mean? The question aims to determine if you intend to overthrow the government of the United States. I don't think we want to do that, do we? No, we don't. They needn't worry about us. Quite a clever idea, really. What is? Asking these questions when people arrive. If anyone had come here intending to cause trouble, they'd have been pounced on the moment they said yes. Angelo said with a tone of admiration. It's a clever trap, really. Masklin addressed the thing. We're not here to cause any trouble. We just need to take one of their straight-up flying machines. What's the word again? Space shuttle. Right. Then we'll be gone. No trouble at all. The bag jostled and was set down amid the constant roar of the airport. A faint sawing sound went entirely unnoticed. A tiny hole appeared in the leather and an eye peered out. What's he doing? Girder asked. Stop shoving, Masklin said. I can't focus. It looks like we're in a line with the humans now. We've been waiting forever, Angelo complained. Girder said wisely, I imagine everyone is being asked if they plan to cause any trouble. Angelo hesitated, then said, I hate to mention it, but how exactly are we going to locate this shuttle? We'll figure that out when we need to. Masklin replied, his voice lacking confidence. Well, the time is now, isn't it? Angelo pressed. Masklin gave a helpless shrug. You didn't honestly think we'd land in Florida and see signs pointing to space this way, did you? Angelo said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Masklin hoped his own doubt wasn't written on his face. Of course not, he muttered. So what's the next step? Angelo insisted. We ask the thing, Masklin said, looking suddenly relieved. That's the plan, thing. Yes, what do we do next? Now that, said Angelo, is what I call a solid strategy. The bag shifted as grandson Richard, 39, moved forward in the line. Thing, I asked. What do we do? Nothing. How can we do nothing? by maintaining a state of inactivity. What good does that do? The newspaper indicated Richard Arnold was traveling to Florida for the communications satellite launch. Therefore, he is proceeding to the satellite's current location. Ergo, we shall accompany him. Whose ergo? Said Girder, glancing around. The thing's lights flickered. It means, therefore, it explained. Masklin looked uncertain. Do you think he'll keep this bag with him? Uncertain, Masklin had to admit the bag didn't contain much. It held mostly socks, some papers, a few odd items like hairbrushes, and a book titled The Spy with no pants. The last item had worried them when the bag was unzipped just after landing, but grandson Richard 39 had shoved it back among the papers without a second glance. Now, with a little light to see by, Angalo was trying to read it, occasionally muttering to himself. It seems to me, Masklin said after a while, that grandson Richard 39 isn't going directly to watch the satellite launch. He'll probably go somewhere to sleep first thing. Do you know when the shuttle flies? Uncertain. I can communicate with other computers only when they are within my range. The local systems here only contain airport data. He'll need to sleep soon anyway, said Masklin. Humans sleep through most of the night. I think that's when we should leave the bag. And then we can speak to him, said Girder. The others stared at him. Well, that was the original reason we came, wasn't it? Said the abbot. To ask him to save the quarry? He's a human, Angelo snapped. Surely you understand that by now he's not going to help us. Why would he? He's just a human whose ancestors built a department store. Why do you keep believing he's some giant gnome in the sky? Because I have nothing else to believe in, Girder shouted back. And if you don't believe in grandson Richard 39, why are you hiding in his bag? That's just a coincidence. You always say that. You always claim it's just a coincidence. The bag moved again, throwing them off balance and sending them tumbling. We're moving, Masklin announced, still staring out the opening, relieved for any distraction from the bickering. We're travelling across the floor. There are so many humans out there. An enormous crowd. There always are, Girder sighed wearily. Some are holding signs with names written on them. That's just typical human behaviour, Girder added. The gnomes were accustomed to humans with signs. Back in the store, some humans wore their names constantly. Humans had these odd, lengthy names, like Mrs. J.E. Williams, supervisor, or Hello, my name is Tracy. No one understood why humans needed to display their names. Maybe they'd forget them otherwise. Wait a minute, Masklin interrupted. This doesn't make sense. One of them is holding a sign that says, Richard Arnold. We're heading straight for it. We're communicating with it. The low, vibrating rumble of the human voice rolled over the gnomes like distant thunder. Hoom, voom, boom, foom, hoom, zoom, boom. Hotch! Can you translate that thing? Masklin asked. Yes, replied the thing. The individual with the sign is here to escort our human to a hotel. It is an establishment where humans sleep and receive meals. The remainder of the noise is merely the routine dialogue humans exchange to confirm their mutual existence. What are you talking about? Said Masklin. They utter phrases such as, how are you? And have a nice day. And what do you think of this weather? The underlying meaning of these sounds is, I am alive and you're also alive. Well, gnomes say similar things thing? It's called social interaction. You might consider attempting it sometime. The bag suddenly swung sideways and collided with something. The gnomes clung desperately to the interior. Angalo held on with one hand, struggling to keep his place in the book he was reading. I'm getting hungry again, Girder complained. Isn't there anything edible in this bag? There's some toothpaste. I'll pass on the toothpaste, thank you. A deep rumbling noise began. Angelo looked up. I recognize that sound, he said. Internal combustion engine. We're inside a vehicle. Again? Girder moaned. We'll exit at the first opportunity, Masklin assured him. What sort of truck is it, thing? Girder asked. It is a helicopter. It's incredibly loud, said Girder, who had never encountered the word before. It's an aircraft without wings, Angelo explained. Who had? Girder considered this information with careful and mounting terror. Thing, he said slowly. Yes, what keeps it up in the... Girder began. Science. Oh, well, science good, that's fine then. The noise continued for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, it became a constant part of their world. So when it finally ceased, the silence was jarring. They lay in the bottom of the bag, too dispirited even to speak. They felt the bag being lifted, set down, picked up again, carried, set down once more, picked up a final time, and then tossed onto something soft. Then there was beautiful quiet. After a long while, Gerder's voice broke the silence. "All right, what flavour is the toothpaste?" Masklin dug through the heap of paper clips, dust, and crumpled paper at the bag's bottom until he found the Thing. "Any idea where we are, Thing?" he asked. "Room 103, Cocoa Beach, New Horizons Hotel," the Thing stated. "I am monitoring communications." Gerder pushed past Masklin. "I have to get out," he insisted. "I can't stand being in here another moment. Give me a boost, Angalo. I think I can just reach the top of the bag." There was a long, drawn-out rasp as the zipper was pulled. Light poured in as the bag opened. The gnomes scrambled for whatever cover they could find. Masklin watched as a hand, taller than he was, reached down, closed around the smaller bag containing the toothpaste and washcloth, and lifted it out. The gnomes remained frozen. After a time, they heard the distant sound of rushing water. The gnomes still didn't move. Boom boom fum, zoom boom boom, chum zoom hoom. The human noise rose above the gushing water. It echoed even more than usual. "It sounds like it's singing," Angelo whispered. "Hum, hum, boom, 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 zoom, hum, boom, hoom, boom." "What's happening, Thing?" Masklin hissed. "He's gone into a room to have water falling on him," said the Thing. "Why would it want to do that? I suppose he wants to stay clean. So can we get out of the bag now?" Can is a complicated word. What? Like cousin. I mean, nothing is ever completely certain, but I believe the human will be washing himself for quite a while. "Right, there's a whole lot of human to wash," said Angelo. "All right, let's go." The bag rested on a bed. Climbing down the bedspread to the floor was simple. "Hoom hoom, boom, boom, what's the plan now?" said Angelo. "After we've found something to eat, that is," Gerder stated firmly. Masklin hurried across the plush carpet. A tall glass door stood in the nearest wall, slightly ajar, allowing a warm breeze and the noises of the night to drift inside. To a human, it would have been the rhythmic chirping of crickets and other tiny, secretive beings whose entire purpose seems to be hiding in shrubs after dark and making sounds far larger than themselves. But gnomes perceive sounds stretched out and deepened, like a record played at the wrong speed. The darkness throbbed with the low rumble and snarl of the wild. Gerder came up beside Masklin and peered nervously into the black. "Could you venture out there and see if there's anything to eat?" he asked. "I have a dreadful suspicion," said Masklin, "that if I go out there now, the only thing that will get eaten is me." Behind them, the human voice continued its song. "Boom hoom boo, wump. What's the human singing about, Thing?" said Masklin. "It is somewhat challenging to interpret. However, it seems the vocalist desires to communicate that he performed an action in his own particular manner. Performed what? Insufficient data at this time. But whatever it was, he did it A, with every step on life's path, and B, without any hint of timidity. A knock sounded at the door. The singing stopped abruptly, so did the rush of water. The gnomes scrambled for the shadows. "Sounds pretty risky," Angelo whispered. "Walking along paths like that, each step on life's sidewalk would be a lot safer." Grandson Richard, 39, emerged from the shower room with a towel wrapped around his waist. He opened the door. Another human, fully dressed, entered carrying a tray. There was a brief exchange of rumbling sounds. Then the clothed human set the tray down and left. Grandson Richard, 39, vanished back into the shower room. Bub-ba, hub-hub, boom, home! "Food," Gerder hissed. "I can smell it. There's food on that tray. A bacon, lettuce and tomato sandwich with coleslaw," announced the Thing. "And coffee, and orange juice." "How do you know that?" said all three gnomes together. "He requested it when he arrived." "Coleslaw," Gerder moaned with delight. "Bacon, coffee, and orange juice, Angalo added. Ha! Masklin gazed upward. The tray had been left on the edge of a table. A lamp stood nearby. Having lived in the store, Masklin knew well that where there was a lamp, there was a cord. He'd never met a cord he couldn't climb. The real issue was regular meals. He'd never been accustomed to them. Living outside, he'd grown used to going days without food, and then, when something turned up, eating until he was slick to the ears. But the store gnomes expected to eat several times an hour. They ate constantly. If they missed even a handful of meals, they began to grumble. A sudden sharp memory flashed of a time outside when he'd found a single frost-bitten berry after 2 empty days. The intense, tart burst of flavour had felt like a minor miracle. The store Nomes would never understand that. I think I can get up there, he said. Yes, yes, said Gerda eagerly. But is it acceptable to eat grandson Richard's sandwich? Masklin added. Gerda's eyes snapped open. He blinked. That is a significant theological question, he muttered. But I'm too famished to ponder it. So let's eat it first, and if it turns out to be a sin, I give you my solemn vow to feel profoundly remorseful afterward. Boom, boom, whop, whop, foom, boom. The human now declares that the end is near and he is facing a curtain, the thing translated. This is likely a shower curtain. Feeling terribly exposed, Masklin began to haul himself up the cord toward the table. It became immediately clear that Floridians held a wildly different concept of what constituted a sandwich. Back in the store's food hall, a sandwich was a meagre thing, something thin pressed between 2 limp slices of bread. Here, a sandwich was an event occupying an entire tray where any bread present was buried like a secret under a wild thicket of lettuce and watercress. Angalo's voice cut through his thoughts from below. Move it! The water stopped running again! A deep, rhythmic thrumming vibrated through the air. Masklin shoved aside a tangle of greenery, seized the massive sandwich, and wrestled it to the tray's edge before shoving it over. It landed with a soft thud just as the shower room door swung open with a whoosh. Now, go now, Angalo screamed. Grandson Richard, aged 39, emerged. He took a couple of steps and froze, his eyes locking onto Masklin. Time seemed to stretch and hold its breath, one of those pivotal moments where the future hesitates, deciding which path to take. Masklin's mind raced. I could stand my ground, he thought. Use the thing to translate. Try to explain our need for a home, our story, how his grandfather was once seen as a creator by my people. He looks decent enough. He might even help the gnomes back at the quarry, or, more likely, he'll panic, call other humans, and we'll end up caged and poked at like curiosities, just like with the Concorde pilots. They didn't mean harm, they just couldn't comprehend us. This is their world, not ours. The risk is too great. No, we have to do this alone. Grandson Richard, 39, slowly extended a hand and uttered a confused, huh. Masklin didn't wait. He took a sprinting leap. Fortunately, Nomes are built for falls, and his descent was cushioned by a soft landing atop a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. In a frantic blur, the sandwich suddenly lurched upward, supported by 3 pairs of scurrying legs. It sped across the tiled floor, a trail of mayonnaise marking its escape. Grandson Richard snatched up a towel and flung it, missing completely as the sandwich vaulted over the doorway and disappeared into the buzzing, velvet, black, and perilous night. The dangers of this new world were numerous. 1 frog had already been snatched by a quick lizard. Several others, the moment they left the safety of their bromeliad's shade, turned right back, muttering their nervous mip-mip complaints. The lead frog glanced behind at his rapidly shrinking expedition. There was one, and another one, and yet another one, which, after a great deal of forehead-wrinkling calculation, definitely amounted to 1, frankly. Even that one was getting jittery. The leader realized with a sinking feeling that if they were ever to reach that promising new flower and thrive, they would need a force far greater than 1. They needed at least 1, or maybe even dare he think it 1. He offered a rallying croak. Mip-mip, he said, with as much conviction as he could muster. From a scientific encyclopedia for the inquiring young gnome by Angalo de Haberdashery, Florida or Floridia, a land of alligators, turtles with improbably long necks and machines that climb into the sky. It is warm, perpetually damp, and full of loud geese. Only a simpleton would mistake it for a citrus beverage. It is also notably the home of the formidable bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich, far more intriguing than most places. From above, it looks rather like an afterthought clumsily attached to a larger landmass. Now, let your mind's eye become a camera lens. Picture the globe, a brilliant blue and white marble hanging in the dark. Zoom in. Find a continent, a vast patchwork of colours. Zoom in again. Here is a peninsula jutting into a warm southeastern sea. Most of its inhabitants call it Florida. Though, to be perfectly honest, most of its inhabitants are blissfully unaware they are on anything called Florida at all. Most of Florida's residents buzz on 6 legs or wait patiently in silken webs with 8 legs, hoping for a 6-legged meal. A great many others have 4 legs barking or lowing or lounging in swamps disguised as old logs. Truthfully, a very small percentage of the state's living creatures walk on 2 legs, and most of those don't call it Florida at all. They just tweet and take to the skies. Statistically, the number of beings who actually refer to this place as Florida is almost negligible. But they are the ones who count. At least that's what they believe. And since their belief is the loudest, it's the one that shapes the world, or so they think. Find a highway. Focus. The quiet swish of tires through a gentle, warm rain. Focus. Tall weeds on the embankment. Focus. A ripple in the grass that doesn't match the rhythm of the wind. Focus. A glint of tiny, watchful eyes. Focus. 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 Click. Masklin retreated through the wet grass back to the Nomes' makeshift camp, if you could call a dry patch beneath a discarded sheet of plastic a camp. It had been hours since their frantic escape from grandson Richard, 39, a title Girder insisted on using. The sun was trying to rise behind the blanket of rain clouds. They dashed across an empty highway, stumbled through soggy underbrush, jumping at every chirp and unfamiliar croak, until they finally found this scrap of shelter. And then, exhausted, they'd slept. Masklin had taken a watch, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was watching for. There was a bright side, at least. The thing had been scanning radio and TV signals and had pinpointed the location where the straight-up shuttles launched. It was only 18 miles off. They had made progress, technically, maybe half a mile. And it was warm. Even the rain was warm. His salvaged bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich was still holding together, but 18 miles remained. When is the launch? Masklin asked. In 4 hours, replied the thing. That means we'd need to move faster than 4 miles every hour, Angalo said, his voice thick with gloom. Masklin nodded. A gnome pushing his limits could maybe cover 1.5 miles in an hour over clear ground. He hadn't really worked out the details of getting the thing into space. If he'd considered it, he'd vaguely pictured finding the shuttle and somehow wedging the thing aboard. Maybe they could stow away too, though he had serious doubts about that prospect. The thing had mentioned space was freezing and airless. You could have just asked grandson Richard, 39, for help. Girder burst out. Why did we run? I'm not completely sure, Masklin admitted. I suppose I felt we should manage on our own. We have to finish this ourselves. But you used the truck to escape the quarry. We lived in the department store. You used the Concorde airplane. You're eating human food right now. The thing's lights flickered with unusual insistence. Masklin was taken aback. The thing didn't often argue. That's different, he said. How is it different? They didn't know we were there. We took what we needed. We weren't given charity. They think the whole world is theirs. Thing they put a name on everything and claim it as property. I looked up at that human in his human room, doing human things, and I thought, how could he ever truly grasp that we're real people with real thoughts? I can't just hand our fate over to a human. Not like that. The thing blinked its lights silently. We've come too far to stop now, Masklin muttered. He glanced at Girder. Besides, when it came down to it, I didn't see you rushing forward to shake his finger in greeting. I was flustered. It's always awkward meeting a deity, Girder said defensively. They hadn't managed to light a fire. Everything was too damp. Not that they needed the heat, but a fire felt more civilized, more like a proper camp. Someone had lit one here once, though. A small pile of sodden ashes was proof. After a quiet moment, Angelo wondered aloud, "How do you think things are back home?" "Probably just fine," Masklin said, though his thoughts were already miles away, fixed on the distant launch site and the impossible journey ahead. "Do you really mean that?" "Well, if I'm being honest, it's more of a hope than an expectation. I bet your Grima has everyone back home perfectly organized," Angalo said, attempting a smile. "She's not my Grima," Masklin snapped. "Whose is she then? She's her own." Masklin said, the words sounding weak even to him. "Oh, I just assumed the two of you were planning to," Angalo started. "We're not. I told her I thought we should get married and all she wanted to discuss was frogs," Masklin grumbled. "That's females for you," Gerda chimed in. "Didn't I always say teaching them to read was a mistake? It makes their thoughts run too hot." She claimed the most vital thing in existence was tiny frogs living inside a flower, Masklin continued, straining to recall her exact words. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, too wrapped up in his own frustration. "Sounded like nonsense to me. You could probably fry an egg on all that overheated thinking," Angelo joked. "She read it in a book," she said. "My point precisely," Gerda exclaimed. "I never did agree with universal literacy. It makes people restless." Masklin stared sullenly at the falling rain. Thinking back, he said, "It wasn't strictly about frogs. It was the concept. She described these distant, steamy hills where it rains constantly. In those rainforests, there are towering trees, and way up in the highest branches, there are these enormous flowers, bromeliads, I think she called them. Water collects in them, forming little pools. A special kind of frog lays its eggs there. The tadpoles hatch, grow, and become frogs, living their entire lives in those flowers at the treetops, completely unaware a ground even exists below." He paused, taking a breath. "She said, once you know the world contains wonders like that, you can't ever see your life the same way again. Something along those lines anyway." Gerda glanced at Angelo. "Didn't understand a word of it," he confessed. "It is a metaphor," stated the thing. "No one acknowledged it." Masklin scratched his ear. It seemed very important to her. "It is a metaphor," the thing repeated. "Women always want something," Angelo sighed. "My wife goes on endlessly about new dresses. I'm sure he would have helped us," Gerda mused, shifting topics, "if we'd just asked, probably given us a proper meal and given us a lovely new home in a shoebox." Masklin finished, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "And given us a home in a shoebox," Gerda echoed, then caught himself. "No, well, maybe. What would be so wrong with that? A decent night's sleep for once, and then we'd be carried around in his pocket like loose change," Masklin interrupted. "Not necessarily. We would, because he's big and we're small. That's how it always goes. Launch in 3 hours and 57 minutes, the thing announced. Their makeshift camp was on a bank overlooking a murky ditch. Florida seemed to have no real winter. The ground was a tangle of lush green plants. Something resembling a flat plate with a spoon attached to its front paddled slowly through the water. The spoon, which was actually a head, emerged, gazed vaguely at the gnomes and submerged again. "What was that thing?" Masklin asked. The thing extended a small censer, a long-necked turtle. "Ah!" The turtle swam off into the gloom. "Rather fortunate when you think about it," Gerda observed. "What is?" said Angelo, having a long neck and being called a long-necked turtle. "It would be terribly embarrassing to have that name with a short neck, wouldn't it? Launch in 3 hours and 56 minutes. Masklin got to his feet. "You know," Angelo said wistfully, "I truly wish I'd gotten further in the spy with no trousers. It was just getting to the good part." "Come on," Masklin said, a new determination in his voice. "Let's see if we can find a path forward." Angelo, who had been resting his chin in his hands, gave him a puzzled look. "What are you planning now? We haven't come all this way just to quit, have we?" They forced their way through the dense undergrowth. Before long, a fallen log served as a bridge across the ditch. "Everything is so much greener here than back home," Angelo noted, wiping sweat from his brow. Masklin pushed aside a thick curtain of broad leaves. "And hotter," Gerda added, already missing the familiar chill of their old world. They finally got the heating working in this place. For as long as the store gnomes could remember, Warmth and coolness were things controlled by machines and vents. Gerda, like many of his kind, held on to certain ways of thinking that were hard to shake. Nobody fixes the heating out here. It just happens on its own, Angelo pointed out. If I ever get old, and if I had to live out here, I think I'd want to live in a spot like this, Gerda continued, brushing off the comment. It is a wildlife preserve, the thing stated. Gerda looked horrified. A preserve like fruit jam, but made from animals? No. It is a designated area where animals may live without being disturbed. So you mean you can't hunt them? Correct. You hear that, Masklin? You're not allowed to hunt anything here, said Gerda. Masklin gave a non-committal grunt. Something was bothering him, a nagging feeling he couldn't quite identify. It probably had to do with the local fauna. Besides those long-necked turtles, he asked, what other kinds of animals are around here, Thing? The Thing was silent for a moment. I have located references to manatees and alligators. Masklin tried to picture a manatee. It didn't sound too threatening. He'd encountered cows before. They were large, slow, and generally harmless to gnomes unless by sheer accident. What's an alligator? He asked. The Thing explained. What? Said Masklin. What? Said Angalo. What? Said Gerda, pulling his robe tighter around his legs. You absolute fool! Angalo shouted. Me! Masklin shot back, his temper flaring. How was I supposed to know? Is it my fault? Did I miss a giant welcome sign at the airport that said, Welcome to Florida. Enjoy your stay alongside giant meat-eating reptiles that grow up to 12 feet long? They stared intently at the swaying grasses. What had seemed a damp, warm world full of bugs and gentle turtles was suddenly a landscape hiding monstrous horrors with enormous teeth. Something is watching us, Masklin thought. I can feel it. The three gnomes shifted to stand back to back. Masklin slowly crouched and picked up a rock. In its defense, the Thing did mention they don't all reach 12 feet, Angelo said quietly into the tense silence. We were stumbling around in the dark, Gerda wailed. With creatures like that lurking about, the grass moved again. It wasn't the wind. Get a grip, Angelo muttered under his breath. If it is alligators, said Gerda, attempting to strike a noble pose, I shall demonstrate how a gnome meets his end with dignity. Suit yourself, said Angalo, his eyes never stopping their scan of the undergrowth. I plan to demonstrate how a gnome makes a very speedy exit. The grasses parted. A gnome stepped into view. There was a rustle behind Masklin. He whirled around. Another gnome emerged, and another, 15 of them in total. The three travellers turned slowly, like a single creature with 6 legs and 3 heads. It was the fire, Masklin realized. We sat right next to the ashes of a fire. I saw them, and it never even occurred to me to wonder who made them. The strangers were dressed in shades of grey and seemed to be of various ages and sizes. Every single one held a spear. I really wish I had mine right now, Masklin thought, trying to keep all the strangers in his field of vision. They weren't actively aiming their spears at him, but they weren't exactly not aiming them either. He reminded himself that it was extremely uncommon for a gnome to kill another gnome. Back in the store. It was considered the height of bad manners out here. Well, there were so many other things trying to kill gnomes anyway. More importantly, it was simply wrong. He didn't need any other reason. He just had to hope these gnomes felt the same. Do you know these people? Angalo whispered. Me? Said Masklin. Of course not. How could I possibly know them? They're outsiders. I don't know, I just assumed all outsiders might know each other somehow. I've never seen them before in my life, Masklin stated firmly. I think, said Angelo slowly and with emphasis, that the one in charge is that tall, skinny old fellow with the prominent nose and the top knot. He's got a feather in it. What's your take? Masklin studied the tall, thin old gnome who was glowering at the three of them with deep suspicion. He doesn't seem particularly fond of us, Angelo observed, eyeing the newcomers with suspicion. I don't care for his appearance one bit, Angalo muttered. Any bright ideas, Thing? Masklin considered the tense standoff. They're likely just as scared as we are, he offered, though his voice lacked conviction. I seriously doubt that, Angalo retorted. Maybe tell them we mean no harm. I'd prefer if they promised not to harm us first, Angalo grumbled. Taking a cautious step forward, Masklin lifted his empty hands. We come in peace, he announced clearly. No one needs to get hurt.
Especially us,
Angalo added emphatically. We're not joking around. Several of the strangers shuffled backward, their spears lifting defensively. My hands are up, Masklin whispered over his shoulder, perplexed. Why are they so agitated? Probably because you're clutching a massive rock, Angalo stated bluntly. I can't speak for them, but if you marched toward me holding that, I'd be terrified too. I'm not certain I want to drop it, Masklin admitted, his grip tightening. Maybe they don't understand our language. It was then that Girder, who had been silent and pale since the gnomes appeared, finally snapped. An internal fuse blew. With a furious snort, he launched himself forward, descending upon the leader like an irate storm cloud. How dare you confront us, you? You outsider, he shrieked. Angelo buried his face in his hands. Masklin readjusted his hold on the stone. Girder, he started. The leader, whom they'd come to think of as Topknot, retreated. The other gnomes seemed bewildered by this small, volatile figure suddenly in their midst. Girder was armoured in a rage so pure it was almost magnificent. Topknot screeched a retort. Don't you lecture me, you grubby primitive, Girder fired back. Do you honestly believe all these pointy sticks scare us? Yes, Angalo hissed, edging closer to Masklin. What has gotten into him, he whispered. Topknot barked orders at his people. A couple raised their spears hesitantly, while others appeared to argue among themselves. This is deteriorating rapidly, Angelo noted. Agreed, said Masklin. I think we should. A sharp command cut through the air from behind them. Every Floridian gnome turned. Masklin and the others did the same. Two figures had emerged from the tall grass. One was a young boy, the other was a stout, grandmotherly woman, the kind you'd happily accept a fresh-baked pie from. Her hair was in a tidy bun, and like Topknot's, it was adorned with a single long grey feather. The Floridians instantly looked abashed. Topknot launched into a lengthy explanation. The woman replied with just a few quiet words. Topknot then raised his arms skyward and muttered what sounded like a resigned plea to the heavens. The woman approached, circling Masklin and Angelo as if appraising curiosities at a market. When her gaze swept over Masklin, he met her eyes, and a cold realization settled in his stomach. She looks like a kindly old aunt, but she's the one in command. If she decides against us, we're finished. She reached up and plucked the stone from his hand. He didn't resist. Then her fingers brushed against the thing. It spoke. The sounds it made were eerily similar to the words she had just uttered. She jerked her hand back, then cocked her head, studying the device with intense curiosity. After a moment, she stepped away and issued another command. The Floridians moved, not into a line, but forming a loose V-shape with the woman at its apex, effectively shepherding the travellers inside it. Are we captives? Girder asked, his fury having cooled to a simmer. I don't believe so, Masklin said thoughtfully. Not captives, precisely, not yet. The meal offered later was some type of roasted lizard. Masklin found it rather agreeable. It tasted of open skies and his old outsider days. Angelo and Girder choked it down solely out of politeness, reasoning that offending armed hosts was unwise. The Floridians watched them eat with solemn intensity. There were about 30, all dressed in similar drab grey garments. They resembled store Nomes, but were leaner, and their skin was a shade darker. Many possessed prominent, dignified noses, which the thing later explained was perfectly normal, and all down to genetics. The thing was deep in conversation with them. Every so often it would extend a slender sensor and sketch shapes in the dirt. Things probably explaining that we came from a place far away on a giant bird that doesn't flap, Angelo said, trying to lighten the mood with a wry smile. The woman, who had introduced herself as Elder Liana, listened intently, her sharp eyes missing nothing. For a long while the thing was merely echoing the woman's own statements. Finally, Masklin had heard enough. What's going on, thing? He asked. Why is she the one doing all the talking? She is the leader of this group, the thing replied. A woman? You're sure about that? I am always sure. It is part of my programming. Oh, Angelo elbowed Masklin. If Grimma ever hears about this, we are in serious trouble, he whispered. Her name is Very Small Tree, or Shrub, the thing continued. And you can actually understand her, said Masklin, progressively. Their language is remarkably close to the original Gnomish tongue. What do you mean, original Gnomish? The language spoken by your distant ancestors, Masklin shrugged. There was no use puzzling over ancient history now. Have you told her about us? He asked. Yes. She says, Topknot, who had been grumbling under his breath, suddenly rose and began speaking rapidly and with great force, gesturing wildly at the earth and the heavens. The thing's lights flickered in response. He declares you are trespassing on the land belonging to the Maker of Clouds. He says this is a grave offence. He claims the Maker of Clouds will be furious. A low rumble of assent came from many of the gathered Nomes. Shrub addressed them with sharp authority. Masklin put out a hand to restrain Gerda from standing up. What does, Shrub think, he said. I do not believe she is very sympathetic to the Topknot individual. His name is Person Who Knows What the Maker of Clouds is Thinking. And what exactly is the Maker of Clouds? It is considered bad fortune to speak its true name. It formed the ground, and it continues to shape the sky. Topknot spoke again, his voice thick with anger. We have to find a way to befriend these people. Masklin thought desperately. There must be a path forward. Is the Maker of Clouds? Masklin ventured, thinking hard, a kind of Arnold Bros-esque 1905. Correct, said the thing. A real tangible thing. I believe so. Are you prepared to take a risk? What kind of risk? I believe I have deduced the identity of the Maker of Clouds. I believe I know when it will next produce more sky. What? When? Said Masklin, his eyes widening. In 3 hours and 10 minutes. Masklin paused, a slow realization dawning. Wait a second, he said carefully. That sounds an awful lot like the same time that, precisely all three of you, please prepare to run. I will now inscribe the name of the Maker of Clouds. Why would we need to run? They may become extremely agitated, but we have no time to lose. The thing extended a censer. It was not designed for writing, and the shapes it traced were jagged and difficult to decipher. It scrawled 4 characters into the dust. The reaction was immediate. Topknot began shouting anew. Several of the Floridian gnomes jumped to their feet. Masklin seized the arms of his 2 companions. I'm seriously going to clobber that old gnome in a minute. Gerda fumed. How can anyone be so stubbornly closed-minded? Shrub remained seated, silent amidst the surrounding uproar. Then she spoke, her voice loud yet perfectly calm. She is telling them, translated the thing, that it is not forbidden to write the name of the Maker of Clouds. The Maker of Clouds itself often writes it. How renowned the Maker of Clouds must be, she says, that even these strangers from afar know its name. This appeared to placate most of the gnomes. Topknot subsided into sullen muttering. Masklin allowed himself to relax slightly and peered down at the figures in the sand. N-A-8? A, he read. That is an S, corrected the thing, not an 8. But you've only been talking to them for a short time, Angelo exclaimed. How can you possibly know something like this? Because I understand how Nomes think, said the thing. You always believe what you read, and you all possess remarkably literal minds. Indeed, if it weren't for the Nomes telling them what to do, geese would just fly around lost and honking the whole time. If you want my scientific opinion, that's from Angalo de Haberdasheries, a scientific encyclopedia for the inquiring young gnome. In the beginning, Shrub explained, there was nothing but the earth. NASA looked upon the emptiness above and decided to fill it. They built a place at the center of the world and sent up towers full of clouds. Sometimes those towers carried stars too, because on certain nights after a launch, the gnomes could watch new points of light tracing paths across the heavens. Land surrounding those cloud towers was NASA's own special territory. It held more animals and fewer people, making it a pretty good place for gnomes to live. Some even believed NASA had arranged it all for exactly that purpose. Shrub leaned back after her telling. And does she believe that? Masklin asked. He glanced across the clearing where Girder and Topknot were locked in debate. They couldn't understand a word the other said, yet they argued fiercely all the same. The thing translated between them. Shrub gave a short laugh. She says, "Days come and days go, so who needs to believe anything?" She sees what happens with her own eyes, and those are things she knows are true. Belief is a fine thing for those who require it, she says, but she knows this place belongs to NASA because its name is written on the signs. Angalo grinned, nearly weeping with amusement. "They live right next to where the rockets launch, and they think it's some sort of enchanted ground," he exclaimed. "Isn't it?" Masklin murmured, almost to himself. Anyway, it's no stranger than believing the store was the entire world thing. How do they watch the launch vehicles? They're a long way off. Not far at all, the thing relayed. 18 miles is nothing, she says. She claims they can be there in little more than an hour. Shrub nodded at their stunned expressions, then, without another word, stood and walked off into the undergrowth. She signalled for them to follow. A half-dozen Floridians fell in behind their leader, forming a loose V-shape with her at the point. After a short walk, the greenery opened up again beside a small, still lake. The Nomes were accustomed to large bodies of water. There were reservoirs near the airport. They were even used to ducks. But the creatures paddling eagerly toward them now were much larger than any duck. Ducks, like many animals, recognized in Nomes the general shape of humans and usually kept a safe distance. These things did not. They came barreling forward as if the sight of the little group was the highlight of their entire week, some nearly lifting off the water in their haste. Masklin instinctively looked around for something to defend himself with. Shrub grabbed his arm, shook her head, and spoke a few calm words. "They are friendly," the thing translated. "They don't look it. They are geese," said the thing. "Quite harmless except to grass and small insects. They fly here for the winter." The geese arrived with a bow wave that washed over the Gnome's feet, craning their long necks down toward Shrub. She patted a couple of the formidable-looking beaks. Masklin tried very hard not to resemble a small insect. "They migrate here from colder regions," the thing continued. "They depend on the Floridians to select the correct flight path for them." "Oh, good." "That's—" Masklin stopped, his brain finally processing the implication. "You're going to tell me they fly on them, aren't you?" "Certainly. They travel with the geese. Incidentally, you now have 2 hours and 39 minutes until launch." "I want to be perfectly clear," said Angelo slowly, as a massive, feathery head investigated the weeds just inches from him, "that if you are suggesting we ride on a goose, one geese is a goose, then you can think again, or compute, or whatever it is you do." "You have a superior suggestion, of course," said the thing. If it had possessed a face, the expression would have been a sneer. "Honestly, I think the much better plan is to not ride them at all," Angelo insisted. Masklin, however, had been studying the geese with a thoughtful expression. "I'm not so sure," he said. "I might be willing to give it a shot," the thing explained. "The Floridian Gnomes have cultivated a fascinating partnership with these birds. The geese offer the Gnomes transportation, while the Gnomes provide a degree of guidance. They migrate north to Canada for the summer and return here each winter. Geese have come to appreciate having Gnomes around. Those carrying passengers are directed to richer feeding areas and find their nests better guarded against rats and other threats. The geese are intelligent enough to recognize that a life with Gnomes is an easier one. In return, the Gnomes receive free travel and a warm place to rest. It's nearly a perfect symbiotic arrangement, though they wouldn't use that term themselves. Wouldn't they? How terribly backward of them, Angelo grumbled under his breath. Masklin shook his head in confusion. "I don't get you, Angelo. You're obsessed with riding in machines full of wearing metal parts, but you're nervous about sitting on a perfectly natural creature." "That's precisely because I don't comprehend how birds function," Angelo retorted. "I've never seen a technical schematic for a goose. How does it even stay in the air?" "The geese are also the reason the Floridians have had minimal contact with humans," the thing continued, as a light rain began to mist the air around them, adding a fresh damp scent to the conversation. "As I mentioned, their language remains closer to the original Gnome tongue." "Yes, and I still don't grasp that part," said Masklin. "Shouldn't all Gnomes speak the same language?" Not necessarily, replied the thing. Recall when I told you that gnomes once communicated with humans and taught them languages? I remember, said Masklin. Over centuries, human language evolved. Gnomes living near humans adapted their speech accordingly. But the Floridians, largely isolated from human interaction, have preserved a form of the language much as it was long ago. Masklin observed Shrub carefully. Her demeanour towards them still felt peculiar. It wasn't fear or hostility she showed, but something else. She isn't shocked, he said aloud. She's curious, but not surprised. They were disturbed because we were here, not because we existed. How many other gnomes has she encountered before? The thing translated the question. The answer was a word Masklin had learned only a year prior, thousands nearby. The lead tree frog grappled with a revolutionary concept. A vague awareness dawned that it required a new kind of thinking. There had been its world, with the pool at the centre and petals encircling it. One. But further along the branch was another, nearly identical world. One. The frog settled into a patch of moss, swivelling its eyes to observe both worlds simultaneously. One there, and one there. One, and one. Its forehead seemed to strain with the mental effort. One and one were one. But if you had one here and one there, the other frogs watched, bewildered, as their leader's eyes spun in frantic circles. One here and one there couldn't possibly be one. They were two separate. A new word was needed, a term that encompassed both ones. You needed to say, the frog's mouth stretched into an impossibly wide grin. It had solved the puzzle. Mip mip, it declared. It meant one and then another one. Back at the camp, Gerder was still deep in a heated debate with Topknot when they returned. How do they even keep this going? They can't understand a word the other is saying, Angelo exclaimed. Sometimes that's the best way, Masklin remarked dryly. Gerder, we're set to leave. Let's go. Gerder looked up, his face flushed with frustration. The two were crouched on opposite sides of a series of intricate diagrams scratched into the dirt. I need the thing, he cried. This fool refuses to understand a single thing. You won't win an argument with him, Masklin said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Shrub says he argues with every other gnome they meet. He genuinely enjoys it. What other gnomes? Gerder asked, his anger momentarily replaced by confusion. Gnomes are everywhere, Gerder, Masklin stated plainly. That's what Shrub says. There are other groups even in Florida and up in Canada where the Floridians migrate for the summer. There were probably even other gnomes back home that we just never discovered. He helped the abbot to his feet. Time is running out, he added firmly, and I am absolutely not getting on one of those creatures. The geese stared at Gerder with a look of pure bewilderment, as if he were a strange beetle that had just crawled into their pond. I'm not thrilled about it either, Masklin admitted. But Shrub's people do this regularly. You just tuck yourself into the feathers and hold on tight. Tuck myself, Gerder exclaimed. I have never tucked in my entire life. You rode on the Concorde, Angalo reminded him. And that was built and operated by humans. Gerder fixed him with a stubborn glare. Fine. Then who built the geese? He demanded. Angelo grinned and looked at Masklin, who shrugged. What? I don't know. Other geese, probably. Other geese? Geese? Gerder sputtered. And what could they possibly know about aerodynamic safety standards? Listen, Masklin said, trying to sound reasonable. These birds can carry us all the way across this region. Floridians travel thousands of miles on them, thousands of miles without any smoked salmon or pink wobbly dessert. Isn't it worth trying for just 18 miles? Gerder wavered. Topknot mumbled something under his breath. After clearing his throat, Gerder spoke with forced dignity. Very well. I'm certain that if this misguided individual is accustomed to flying on these things, I shall have no difficulty whatsoever. He gazed up at the grey shapes bobbing in the lagoon. Do the Floridians converse with the creatures? The thing relayed the question to Shrub. She shook her head. No, she explained, geese were quite friendly, but profoundly stupid. Why talk to something that couldn't talk back? Have you told her what we're planning? Masklin asked. No, she hasn't asked. How do we board them? Shrub put her fingers to her mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Half a dozen geese waddled up the bank, close up. They seemed even larger. I recall reading something about geese once. Girder said, his voice distant with dread. It claimed they could break a human's arm with a blow from their nose. Wing, Angelo corrected, peering up at the looming feathery bodies. It was their wing, and I think that was swans. Maskelyne added, though he didn't sound entirely sure, geese are the ones you mustn't say boo to. Girder watched a long neck weave back and forth above him. Wouldn't dream of it, he murmured. Much later, when Maskelyne came to write the story of his life, he would describe the goose flight as the fastest, highest, and most utterly terrifying experience of all. People would argue, hold on, that can't be right. You said the plane went so fast, it left its sound behind, and so high the world was just blue all around. And he would explain, that's precisely the point. The plane went so fast you couldn't feel the speed. It went so high you lost all sense of height. It was just something that happened to you. Besides, the Concorde looked like it was meant to fly on the ground. It seemed almost lost. The geese, on the other hand, looked about as aerodynamic as a sofa cushion. They didn't roll gracefully into the sky and sneer at the clouds. No, they charged across the water's surface, beating the air with a desperate hammering effort until, just when it seemed utterly hopeless, they somehow lifted. The water fell away, and there was only the slow, straining creak of wings hauling the bird upward. Maskelyne would be the first to admit he knew nothing about jets or engines, which was perhaps why he didn't fear them. But he fancied he understood a bit about muscles, and the unsettling knowledge that his life depended entirely on the effort of a few large, feathered muscles was far from comforting. Each traveller shared a goose with one of the Floridians. As far as Maskelyne could tell, they did no steering themselves. That was all handled by Shrub, who perched far out on the neck of the lead goose. He never did figure out how she steered. Perhaps she used some shared language, a secret understanding between the geese and the geese riding Nomes. Perhaps through subtle shifts, or maybe, as Angelo would have it, by some kind of science. It remained a puzzle. But then, Maskelyne reassured himself, Shrub likely wouldn't know the first thing about driving a truck. She'd probably be awfully impressed, he thought. That idea lifted his spirits a little. The birds following Shrub's goose kept a flawless V formation behind their leader. Maskelyne buried himself deeper into the feathers. It was cosy, though a bit chilly. He later learned that Floridians had no trouble sleeping on a flying goose. Just imagining it made Maskelyne's palms damp. He peeked out just long enough to glimpse distant trees rushing past far too quickly, then ducked his head back down. How much time do we have, Thing? He asked. I estimate we will reach the vicinity of the launch pad 1 hour before launch. I don't suppose there's any chance that launches have anything to do with lunches, Maskelyne said hopefully. No. Too bad. Well, do you have any ideas about how we board the machine? That is nearly impossible. I figured you'd say that. But you could place me on it, the Thing added. Yes, but how tie you to the outside? No, get me close enough, and I will handle the rest. What rest? Call the ship. Right, where is the ship? I'm surprised satellites and such haven't run into it. It is waiting. You're a real help sometimes. Thank you. That was sarcasm. I know. A rustling sound came from beside Maskelyne, and his Floridian companion pushed a feather aside. It was the boy he had seen with Shrub. He hadn't spoken, just stared at Maskelyne and the Thing. Now he grinned and said a few words. He asks if you feel ill, the Thing translated. I feel perfectly fine, Maskelyne lied. What's his name? His name is Peon. He is Shrub's eldest son. Peon gave Maskelyne another encouraging smile. He wants to know what it's like in a jet, said the Thing. He says it sounds thrilling. They spot them sometimes, but they steer clear. The goose tilted sideways. Maskelyne tried to hold on with his toes as well as his fingers. He says it must be far more exciting than geese, the Thing relayed. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure, Maskelyne replied weakly. Landing proved far worse than flying. It would have been smoother on water. Maskelyne was told afterward, but Shrub had set them down on land. The geese weren't too pleased about that. It meant they had to practically hover in the air, flapping wildly before dropping the last few inches. Pion helped Masklin down onto the ground, which seemed to sway from side to side. The other travellers staggered toward him through the flock of birds. "The ground!" Angelo gasped. "It was so near, no one even seemed to care." He slumped to his knees, and they made honking sounds, he exclaimed, and kept swaying back and forth, and they're all lumpy under the feathers. Masklin stretched his arms to release the tension. The landscape around them didn't look too different from where they'd started, except the plants were shorter, and Masklin couldn't spot any water. "Shrub says this is as close as the geese can go," the thing announced. "It is too risky to go any farther." Shrub nodded and pointed toward the horizon. A white shape stood out against it. "That," said Masklin. "That's it," said Angelo. "Yes. Doesn't look very big," Gerda remarked quietly. "It's still quite a distance away," Masklin noted. "I can see helicopters," said Angelo. "No wonder Shrub didn't want to take the geese any closer. And we need to get moving," said Masklin. "We've got an hour, and I think that's just enough time. We should say goodbye to Shrub." "Can you explain thing?" "Tell her that we'll try to find her again. Afterward. If everything turns out all right, I guess. If there even is an afterward," Gerda added. He looked like a poorly wrung-out dishcloth. Shrub nodded once the thing finished translating, then nudged Pion forward. The thing conveyed her request to Masklin. "What, we can't bring him with us?" Masklin protested. "Young gnomes among Shrub's people are encouraged to travel," the thing explained. "Pion is barely 14 months old and has already visited Alaska." Masklin shook his head. "Try to make her understand we're not going to Alaska. Tell her anything could happen to him out there," after a brief exchange. The thing relayed the response. "She believes that's a good thing. A growing boy should always seek new experiences. Are you translating this correctly?" Masklin asked, his voice thick with suspicion. "Yes. Did you explain it's dangerous?" "I did. She says danger is part of being alive." "But he could die." Masklin cried out. "Then he will ascend into the sky and become a star," the thing stated calmly. "Is that really what they believe?" "It is. They think the operating system of a gnome begins as a goose. A good goose becomes a gnome. When a good gnome dies, NASA takes it up to become a star." Masklin frowned. "What's an operating system?" "Religion always made him feel unsteady. The part inside you that defines who you are," said the thing. "It means a soul," Gerda added, his tone weary. "What a load of nonsense," Angelo chimed in cheerfully. "Well, no worse than when we were in the store and believed we came back as garden ornaments, right?" He gave Gerda a friendly nudge, but Gerda only looked more despondent. "Let the boy come if he wants," Angelo continued. "He's got the right spirit, reminds me of myself at that age. His mother says if he gets homesick, he can always find a goose to bring him back." The thing added. Masklin opened his mouth to argue, but sometimes words failed. To explain anything you needed common ground, a shared starting point, and he wasn't sure such a thing existed with Shrub. He wondered how vast the world seemed to her, probably larger than he could fathom, yet ending firmly at the sky. "Fine," he conceded, "but we have to leave now. No time for long, tearful goodbyes." Pion nodded to his mother and took his place beside Masklin, who found himself speechless. Even later, when he came to understand the goose gnomes better, he never grew accustomed to their cheerful, unceremonious farewells. Distance simply didn't seem to weigh on them. "Let's go then," he finally managed. Gerda shot a dark look at Topknot, who had insisted on accompanying them this far. "I truly wish I could speak with that gnome," he muttered. "Shrub told me he's actually quite decent," Masklin offered. "Just a bit set in his ways." "Sounds familiar," Angelo said with a grin. "Me, I'm not," Gerda began. "Of course you're not," Masklin said soothingly. "Now, let's move." They jogged through scrubland, the grasses rising 2 or 3 times their height. "We'll never make it in time," Gerda panted. "Save your breath for running," Angelo advised. "Do they serve smoked salmon on the shuttles?" Gerda asked between breaths. "I don't know," Masklin replied, pushing through a stubborn clump of grass. "Probably not," Angelo declared with authority. "I read about it in a book. They eat food from tubes. The gnomes ran in contemplative silence for a moment. Toothpaste? Gerda finally asked. No, not toothpaste. Definitely not toothpaste. I'm sure it's not toothpaste. Well, what else comes in a tube? Angelo pondered. Glue, he suggested, less certain. Doesn't sound very appetizing. A meal of toothpaste and glue. The people flying the space jets must like it. They were all smiling in the picture I saw. Angalo insisted that wasn't smiling. They were probably just trying to unstick their teeth, Gerda retorted. No, you've got it all wrong, Angalo decided, thinking quickly. The food has to be in tubes because of the gravity. What about the gravity? There isn't any. Any what? Gravity, so everything just floats around, in water. Gerda asked, confused. No, in the air. Because there's nothing to keep it attached to the plate, you understand, right? Gerda gave a slow nod. Is that what the glue is for? Masklin felt they could circle this conversation forever. What these words really meant, he realized, was, I am here, and you are here. We're all quietly terrified that soon we might not be, so we'll just keep talking to fill the silence, because silence leaves room for the fear. Everything had seemed more manageable when it was a distant problem, but now that it was almost upon them, how much time thing? 40 minutes. We have to stop again. Gerda isn't running anymore, he's just tumbling forward. They dropped into the shadow beneath a scrubby plant. The shuttle didn't appear any nearer, though they could see plenty of movement around it. More helicopters buzzed overhead. Ion, who had scrambled up the plant for a better look, reported seeing humans far in the distance. I need to sleep, Angalo groaned. Didn't you sleep on the goose? Masklin asked. Did you? Angalo sprawled in the patchy shade. So how are we supposed to get onto that shuttle? Masklin shrugged. According to the thing, we don't have to board it ourselves. We just need to get the thing onto it. Angalo propped himself up on his elbows, his earlier exhaustion replaced by indignation. You mean we don't get to ride in it? I was really looking forward to that. I don't think it's like the truck, Angalo. I doubt they leave a window open for stowaways, Masklin said. Anyway, I suspect it would take more than a bunch of gnomes and some string to make it fly. You know, driving the truck was the best time I ever had, Angalo said, his voice growing wistful. And I remember all those months I spent inside the store, completely unaware the outside even existed. Masklin waited, his own head feeling thick and slow. Well, he prompted. Well, what? What happens when you think about all those months in the store, not knowing? It just feels like such a wasted opportunity. Pion had already curled into a ball and begun to snore softly. Angalo yawned hugely. They hadn't slept properly for hours. Gnomes mostly slept at night, but they needed little naps to survive the long day. Even Masklin felt his eyelids drooping. Thing, he managed to say. Wake me in 10 minutes, please. It wasn't the thing that roused Masklin later. It was Gerda's voice. Masklin lay still, listening with half-closed eyes. Gerda was speaking to the thing in a hushed, intense tone. I believed in the store, he confessed, and then I discovered it was just a construction built by humans. And I thought grandson Richard, 39, was someone profoundly important, and he turned out to be a human who sings when he's in the shower, takes a shower, and now I learn there are thousands of gnomes in the world, thousands, all believing different things. That ridiculous top-knot fellow believes the ascending shuttles create the sky. Do you know what I thought when I heard that? I thought, if he had been the one to arrive in my world and not me in his, he'd have decided I was just as foolish, and he'd be right. I am just as foolish, thing. I was maintaining a tactful silence. Angelo believes in absurd machines, and Masklin believes in, I don't know, the void of space, or in not believing in anything at all, and it all works for them. I try to believe in significant, weighty things, and they crumble in minutes. Where is the justice in that? Only another tactful and understanding silence seems appropriate here. I just wanted life to make some sense. That is a praiseworthy objective. I mean, what is the actual truth of anything? There was a pause. Then the thing replied, I recall your discussion with Masklin concerning the origin of gnomes. You wish to ask me? I can answer now. I was manufactured. I know this to be factual. I know that I am an object composed of metal and plastic, yet I am also a consciousness that exists within that framework. It is impossible for me to be uncertain of this. It is a profound consolation regarding names. I have information suggesting that Nomes originally came from another world and arrived here millennia ago. This could be accurate. It might not be. I am not qualified to make that determination. I understood my place back in the store, Girder murmured almost to himself. Even in the quarry, it was manageable. I had a real purpose. People needed me. How can I return now, knowing that everything I believed about the store, about Arnold Bros, Est 1905, and about grandson Richard, 39, is merely one perspective among many? I cannot offer guidance. I am sorry. Masklin judged it a tactful moment to stir. He gave a deliberate grunt to ensure Girder noticed. The abbot's face was flushed. I couldn't sleep, he stated bluntly. Masklin got to his feet. How long, thing? 27 minutes. Why didn't you wake me? I desired you to be rested, but it's still far away. We'll never get you there in time. Wake up, you. Masklin nudged Anglo with his foot. Come on, we'll have to sprint. Where's Peon? Oh, there you are. Let's go, Girder. They hurried on through the brush. Far off, the low, sorrowful wail of sirens echoed. You're pushing this dangerously close, Masklin, Angelo said. Faster, move faster. Now they were nearer. Masklin could make out the shuttle. It was positioned quite high. Nothing at ground level appeared helpful. I hope you have a solid strategy thing, he gasped as the four of them weaved between the shrubs, because I can't possibly get you all the way up there. Do not be concerned. We are almost sufficiently near. What do you mean it's still a tremendous distance? Is it planning a heroic jump? Angelo quipped. Set me down. Masklin dutifully placed the black box on the ground. It extended several probes, which rotated slowly before aligning toward the ascending spacecraft. What are you doing? Said Masklin. This is just wasting precious time. Girder gave a laugh, though it lacked any real joy. I know what it's doing, he said. It's beaming itself onto the shuttle. Correct, thing? I am transmitting an instruction subset to the computer on the communications satellite, the thing stated. The Nomes fell silent, or, to phrase it differently, yes, I'm integrating the satellite computer as an extension of myself, albeit not a particularly intelligent one. You can actually do that? Angelo asked. Certainly. Wow. And you won't miss the part you're sending? No, because it will not depart from me. You're sending it and retaining it simultaneously. Correct. Angelo looked at Masklin. Did you comprehend any of that? He demanded. I did, said Girder. The thing is explaining it's not merely a machine. It's a kind of gathering of electrical thoughts that inhabits a machine. I believe that's it. Lights flickered across the thing's surface. Will this process require much time? Asked Masklin. Yes, please refrain from utilizing vital communication bandwidth at this juncture. I think it means it doesn't want us talking to it, Girder interpreted. It's focusing. It, Angelo corrected. It's an it, and it made us run all this way just so we could hurry up and stand around waiting. It likely needed to be in proximity to perform whatever it is it's doing, Masklin reasoned. How long will it take? Asked Angelo. It feels like an eternity since it was 27 minutes ago. At least 27 minutes, said Girder. Yeah, possibly longer. Pion tugged at Masklin's sleeve, pointed emphatically at the massive white shape with his other hand, and launched into a rapid stream of Floridian, or, if the thing was correct, something very close to original Gnomish. I can't understand you without the thing, said Masklin. Sorry. No, speak a da goose, oh, Angelo said mockingly. A wave of panic washed over the boy's face. He shouted this time, pulling more insistently. I believe he doesn't want to be near the launch jets when they ignite. Angelo translated. He's probably scared of the noise, don't like the noise, correct? He said slowly. Pion nodded vigorously, his eyes wide with apprehension. The distant sirens seemed to grow louder, a constant reminder of the looming fiery spectacle they were racing to witness, yet desperately hoping to avoid. They didn't seem so terrible at the airport, Angelo remarked. More of a low growl. I suppose they could scare someone who isn't used to them. I wouldn't call shrubs people easily frightened, Masklin said, his gaze drifting up to the pale tower. It had appeared distant, yet now it felt unnervingly near. Almost too near. How protected are we here, do you think? When it launches, I mean? Oh, don't start, Angelo replied. The thing would never have guided us this close if it weren't safe for Nomes. Right, of course, Masklin said, forcing a nod. You're absolutely right. It's foolish to worry. Pion suddenly spun and sprinted away. The remaining three glanced back at the shuttle. Intricate lights danced across the thing's surface. Another alarm wailed in the distance. A deep vibration thrummed through the ground, like the tightening of the universe's largest coil. When Masklin finally spoke, his words echoed their own unspoken dread. Let's be honest, he said, each word deliberate. How skilled do you truly believe the thing is at calculating a safe distance for Nomes from a launching rocket? What's its actual experience with this? They exchanged a look. Perhaps a tactical retreat is in order, Gerda proposed. They turned and began to walk away. Almost immediately, each noticed the others subtly quickening their pace. Then, without a word, they abandoned all pretense and broke into a frantic run, crashing through the underbrush, stumbling over rocks, arms pumping wildly. Gerda, who usually gasped for breath after a mild jog, floated along with unexpected, panicked energy. Do you have any notion? How close? Angalo wheezed between strides. The sound began as a vast, world-encompassing inhale. Then it transformed, less a noise and more a physical force, a colossal, invisible fist slamming against their ears. Space, it comes in two varieties. A, an emptiness that holds nothing, and B, a nothingness that holds everything. It is what remains when you have removed all else. There is no air nor gravity to keep your feet on the ground. Without space, the entire universe would be crammed into a single, impossible point. It is the designated area for satellites, shuttles, planets, and the ship. Nook. And from a scientific encyclopedia for the inquiring young gnome by Angelo de Haberdashery, after what felt like an age, when the earth finally ceased its trembling, the gnomes staggered to their feet, blinking dazedly at one another. Exclaimed Gerda. What? Said Masklin. His own voice sounded faint and buried, as if heard from underwater. Gerda tried again. Angelo memed. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Masklin saw Gerda's mouth moving. He pointed vigorously to his own ears and shook his head. We've gone deaf. Deaf, I said. We're deaf. Masklin looked skyward. A vast plume of smoke churned overhead, and from its heart, rising with breathtaking speed even to gnome perception, was a slender, ascending column crowned with fire. The roar diminished to a merely thunderous level, then vanished with startling swiftness. Masklin poked a finger in his ear, jiggling it. The void of sound was replaced by a ringing, profound silence. Is anyone listening? He ventured. Can anyone hear me now? That, Angalo stated, his voice oddly flat and calm. Was exceptionally loud? I doubt many things get louder. Masklin nodded weakly. He felt thoroughly pummeled. You're the expert on these matters, he said. Humans actually ride inside those things, voluntarily? Oh yes, right at the very top. No one forces them. I don't believe so, Angalo said. The books suggested many of them actually want to. They want to? Masklin repeated, incredulous. Angalo could only shrug. That's what it said. Now only a distant speck remained, trailing a broadening white scar across the sky. Masklin watched it vanish, a cold realization settling in. We must be utterly insane, he thought. We are minuscule in a vast, unforgiving world, and we never pause long enough to truly understand where we are before we rush off to the next unknown place. Back, when my home was just a hole in the ground, I understood everything about that life. Now, a year later, I'm in a place so distant I can't even measure the distance, watching something I don't comprehend ascend to a height where down loses all meaning. There's no turning back. I have to see this through to whatever end awaits, because going back isn't an option. I can't even pause. So that's what Grimma meant about the frogs. Once you learn things, you become someone new. You can't avoid it. He glanced back down. Something was absent, the thing. He sprinted back along their path. The small black device was right where he'd left it. The antennae had retracted, and all its lights were dark. Thing? He called, his voice hesitant. A single red light glowed weakly. Despite the surrounding warmth, a chill ran through Masklin. Are you okay? He asked. The light pulsed faintly. Too fast. Drained too much povo, it murmured. Pow, said Masklin, trying not to dwell on why the word was little more than a rasp. The light faded. Thing? Thing? He gave the box a soft tap. Did it work? Is the ship coming? What's next? Wake up, Thing. The light vanished entirely. Masklin lifted the thing, turning it over in his hands. Thing? Masklin and Gerda rushed up, with Peon trailing behind. Did it work? Said Angalo. No sign of a ship yet. Masklin looked toward them, his expression strained. The thing is shut down, he stated. Shut down. All its lights are out. Well, what does that mean? Angelo began to look frantic. I don't know. Is it dead? Said Gerda. It can't die. It's been around for thousands of years. Gerda shook his head. Sounds like a pretty good reason to finally give out, he remarked. But it's a device. Angelo slumped down, wrapping his arms around his knees. Did it say if it got everything arranged? When is the ship supposed to arrive? Listen, don't you get it? It's run out of pow. Pow. It must mean electricity. It sort of draws it from wires and things. I think it can store some for a while, too. And now it must be completely drained. They all stared at the inert black box. For millennia it had been passed from gnome to gnome, silent and dark, only reactivating when brought near electricity in the store. It gives me the creeps just sitting there doing nothing, said Angelo. Can't we find some electricity for it? Gerda suggested. Around here? There isn't any, Angelo snapped. We're in the absolute middle of nowhere. Masklin stood and scanned the horizon. In the distance, the faint shapes of buildings were visible, with the tiny movement of vehicles around them. What about the ship? Said Angelo. Is it on its way? I don't know. How will it locate us? I don't know. Who's piloting it? I don't. Masklin froze, horrified. No one. I mean, who could be piloting it? It's been unmanned for thousands of years. Then who was supposed to bring it here? I don't know the thing, perhaps. You mean it's coming, and there's no one at the controls? Yes. No, I don't know. Angalo peered up at the vast blue sky. Oh, fantastic, he muttered gloomily. We need to find electricity for the thing, Masklin insisted. Even if it managed to call the ship will still need to be given our exact location. If it called the ship, Gerda added. It might have run out of power before it finished. We can't be certain, said Masklin. Regardless, we have to help the thing. It's hard to see it like this. Pion, who had vanished into the scrub, returned dragging a small lizard. Ah, said Gerda without any enthusiasm. Lunch is served. If the thing were working, we could explain to Pion that one can grow terribly weary of lizard eventually, said Angelo. In about 2 seconds, Gerda corrected. Come on, Masklin said wearily. Let's find some shade and cook up another plan.
Oh, a plan?
Gerda said, as if that prospect was even less appealing than lizard. I just love plans. They ate poorly, and then lay back, watching the sky. The brief nap during their journey hadn't been sufficient. It was all too easy to drift into a doze. Gerda stretched out, enjoying the warmth. You have to hand it to these Floridians, he said lazily. They've really figured things out. Back home it's freezing, and here the temperature is just perfect. Angelo, who was scanning the sky for any sign of a descending ship, shook his head. I keep explaining, it's not a heating system, and that breeze isn't air conditioning, it's the sun that warms you up. I thought the sun was just for light, Gerda replied, looking puzzled. That's where all the heat comes from, Angelo insisted. I read it in a book. It's a massive ball of fire, bigger than our entire world. Gerda gave the sun a skeptical glance. Really? What holds it up there, then?
Nothing.
It just is. Squinting upward again, Gerda asked. Is this common knowledge? I suppose so. It was in the book, available for anyone to read. That seems rather irresponsible. That sort of information could really disturb people. Masklin says there are thousands of suns up there, Angelo added. Gerda sniffed dismissively. Yes, he mentioned that. He calls it the galaxy or something similar. Personally, I'm not in favour of the idea. Angelo couldn't help but chuckle. I fail to see what's so amusing, Gerda said coldly. Tell him, Masklin, Angelo urged. It's easy for you, Gerda muttered. You just want to drive things fast. I want to understand them. Maybe there are thousands of suns, but what's the point? Does it really matter? Angelo said with a shrug. It's the only thing that does matter. Explain it to him, Masklin. They both turned to look at Masklin, only to find the spot where he had been sitting was now empty. He was gone. Above the sky lay what the thing referred to as the universe. According to the thing, it contained everything and nothing, with far more nothing than anyone could possibly conceive. People often claimed the sky was full of stars, but that wasn't quite accurate. The sky was mostly just sky, vast and endless, with stars scattered so sparsely that it was a wonder they made any impression at all. Yet thousands of those stars now looked down as a round, shiny object drifted around Earth. Painted on its side was Arnsat 1, a rather pointless detail since stars can't read. The object unfolded a silver dish. It should have turned to face the planet below, ready to broadcast old movies and the latest news. Instead, it did not. It had received new instructions. Small puffs of gas jetted out as it rotated, searching the sky for a different target. By the time it locked on, numerous people in the entertainment and news industries were shouting angrily into telephones, desperately trying to send new commands. But it didn't matter anymore. The satellite was no longer listening. Masklin raced through the scrubland. They'll just keep arguing, he thought. I need to move fast. I don't think we have much time left. This was the first time he had been truly alone since the old days, back when he lived in a hole and went out hunting by himself because there was no one else to rely on. Had life been better then? In a way, it had been simpler. Your only goal was to eat without being eaten. Merely surviving the day felt like a victory. Everything was difficult, but at least it was a difficulty he could understand, a gnome-sized challenge. Back then, the world ended at the highway on one side and the woods past the field on the other. Now, the world seemed to have no boundaries at all, and he was faced with more problems than he knew how to handle. But at least he knew where to find electricity. You always found it near buildings where humans lived. The scrub ahead opened onto a dirt track. Masklin turned onto it and picked up his pace. Follow any path and you'd eventually find humans. Then he heard footsteps behind him. He turned and saw Pion. The young Floridian gave him a concerned smile. Go away! Masklin shouted. Go on! Get back! Why are you following me? Leave! Pion looked hurt. He pointed up the track and said something in his own language. I don't understand, Masklin yelled. Pion raised a hand high above his head, palm facing down. Humans? Masklin guessed. Yes, I know what I'm doing. Go back, Pion called out, but Masklin was already moving. He lifted the thing, frustration bubbling over. The talking box isn't working, he said, feeling utterly helpless. Why do I have to simplify my words like this? You're clearly as clever as I am. Just leave, return to the others. He spun around and broke into a run. A quick glance over his shoulder showed Pion still standing there watching. How much time is left, he wondered. The thing once mentioned the ship travels incredibly fast. It could arrive any moment. Or perhaps it isn't coming at all. He spotted shapes moving through the scrubland ahead. Follow any path, and you'll eventually find humans. They're absolutely everywhere. If the ship isn't coming, he thought, then what I'm about to do might just be the single most foolish act any gnome has ever committed in our entire history. He emerged onto a circle of gravel. A small truck was parked there, the name of the Floridian entity NASA painted on its side. Nearby, two humans were hunched over a piece of machinery mounted on a tripod. They hadn't seen him. Heart hammering, Masklin moved closer and set the thing down. We used to communicate, he thought. Maybe it's time to try that again. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted as clearly and slowly as he could. "Hey, you there, humans. He did what?" Angelo bellowed. Pion repeated his frantic series of gestures. "Talked to humans," Angelo translated, horrified. "Weapons went into a wheeled thing." "I believe I heard a truck engine start," Girder added, his voice trembling. Angelo slammed a fist into his palm. He was worried sick about the thing. He wanted to find it a power source. "But we must be miles from any proper buildings," Girder wailed. "Not the direction Masklin took." Angelo snarled. "I knew it would come to this," Girder moaned in despair. "Revealing ourselves to humans, we never did anything so reckless back in the store. What are we going to do?" For Masklin, things hadn't started too badly. The humans seemed more bewildered than threatening, even backing away initially. Then one had hurried to the truck and spoken to a handheld device. Probably a telephone, Masklin thought with a hint of pride. When he held his ground, another human retrieved a box from the truck and edged toward him as if approaching a live grenade. In fact, when Masklin gave a friendly wave, the human stumbled backward. The other human said something, and the box was carefully placed on the gravel a few feet away. Both then stared at him, waiting. Masklin kept a strained smile on his face, hoping to calm them, and climbed into the box. He offered another little wave. One human reached down with extreme caution, lifted the box as if it contained a priceless, fragile artifact, and carried it to the truck. The human got in, placed the box on its lap with exaggerated care, and a radio crackled with booming voices. Well, there's no turning back now. Strangely, accepting that fact made Masklin feel almost calm. Perhaps this was just another strange turn on life's unpredictable path. They kept staring at him with utter disbelief. The truck jolted into motion, eventually turning onto a smooth concrete road where another truck waited. A human got out, spoke to Masklin's driver, let out a slow, deep laugh, peered into the box at Masklin, and the laughter died instantly. The human nearly sprinted back to its own truck and began speaking urgently into another telephone. I expected this, Masklin thought. They have no idea what to do with an actual gnome. It's almost funny, but just take me somewhere with the right sort of electricity. Dorcas, the engineer, had once tried to explain electricity to him without much success, because Dorcas himself was fuzzy on the details. There seemed to be two kinds, the straight, boring sort that lived in batteries and the wiggly, lively kind that flowed through wires in walls. The thing, he remembered, could somehow borrow a bit of the wiggly kind if it got close enough. The entire situation was absurd, really, a tiny creature in a box, depending on the bafflement of giants to hitch a ride toward a power outlet for a silent alien device. The irony wasn't lost on him, and a grim, sarcastic smile touched his features. Here he was, risking everything, and for what? A chance to plug in a gadget and hope it dialed the cosmos. It was either brilliantly brave or spectacularly stupid, and at the moment he was leaning toward the latter. Dorcas once spoke of the strange flowing electricity with the same reverent tone Girder reserved for Arnold Brothers, established in 1905. Masklin had tried to understand it back in the store. It could chill a freezer or heat an oven. How did it decide? Dorcas used to talk. Masklin reflected. I said used to. He desperately hoped that hadn't changed. A strange, giddy optimism washed over him, a fragile counterpoint to the inner voice warning that to truly consider his predicament was to invite sheer panic. Just keep smiling. The truck hummed steadily along the highway, a second vehicle trailing close behind. Then, from a side road, a third truck emerged, rattling into position with a cargo of humans who scanned the skies anxiously. They bypassed the nearest structure, heading instead for a larger building surrounded by countless other machines. A crowd was waiting. One human approached, opening the truck door with an excruciating, deliberate slowness. The human holding Masklin stepped out. Masklin gazed up at a forest of staring faces. He could see every wide eye, every flared nostril. The eyes were full of concern. The nostrils, well, they just looked like nostrils. They were worried about him. Keep smiling. Fighting a near-hysterical urge to laugh, he stared back and managed. Can I help you, gentlemen? Science, as defined in Angalo de Haberdasheries, a scientific encyclopedia for the inquiring young gnome, is a method for discovering how things work and then putting that knowledge to use. There is far more of it around than one might suspect. Under the scant shade of a bush, Girder, Angalo and Peon sat a cloud of despair hanging almost as thickly over them as the foliage. We can't even get home without the thing, Girder moaned. Then we get him back, Angelo stated, fiddling obsessively with a pebble he'd lashed to a stick with strips of his coat. He'd never seen a stone axe, but the potential for blunt force problem-solving felt instinctively right. That could take forever, Girder snapped. Forever is about how long we'll be stuck here if we fail, Angelo retorted, giving his makeshift weapon an experimental swing. I wish you'd stop fiddling with that ridiculous thing. What's your grand strategy then? The three of us against the entire state of Florida. Not necessarily. You don't have to come. Calm down, hero. One fool rushing in is plenty. I don't hear you offering any brighter ideas. I don't have any, Angelo admitted, the bravado momentarily gone. A small red light on the thing began to blink. A panel slid open, and a tiny lens on a stalk whirred out, rotating slowly. Where, it inquired, is this place? The lens tilted upward, pausing as it took in the human face peering down. And why? It added. I'm not entirely sure, Masklin replied from inside a clear enclosure. We're in a room in a very large building. They haven't harmed me. One of them keeps making noises at me like he's trying to communicate. We appear to be contained within a transparent cube, observed the thing. They gave me a little bed, said Masklin, pointing. And I believe that thing in the corner is a sort of lavatory. But never mind that. What about the ship? I expect it is en route, the thing said calmly. Expect? You mean you don't know? Many variables could cause complications. If they have not, the ship should arrive shortly. If they have, I'm a prisoner for life, Masklin said, bitterness creeping into his voice. I did all this because of you, remember? Yes, I know, thank you, Masklin sighed, some tension leaving him. They are being reasonably kind, he conceded. He pondered this. At least, I think so. It's difficult to tell. He looked out through the clear wall at the parade of curious humans. His status was ambiguous. Honored guest, scientific specimen, or something uncomfortably in between. It seemed like the only chance we had, he finished, the explanation feeling weak even to him. I'm listening in on their conversations, the thing said. You're always doing that, Masklin replied. Many of those conversations are about you. Specialists of all sorts are hurrying here to examine you. What sort of specialists? Specialists in gnomes, specialists in communicating with beings from other worlds. Humans have never actually met anyone from another world, yet they still have experts prepared to talk to them. This really needs to work, Masklin said, his tone serious. Humans truly know about gnomes now, but they don't know what gnomes are. They believe you have just arrived. Well, that's accurate. Not arrived here, arrived on the planet, arrived from the stars, but we've been here for thousands of years. This is our home. Humans find it much simpler, honestly, to believe in little people from the sky rather than little people from the earth. They'd rather imagine little green men than leprechauns. Masklin's forehead creased in confusion. I didn't follow any of that, he admitted. Don't concern yourself. It's unimportant. The thing rotated its lens to survey more of the room. Very pleasant, very clinical, it observed. Then its focus shifted to a broad plastic tray beside Masklin. What is that? Oh, fruits, nuts, meats, and similar items, said Masklin. I believe they've been observing me to determine what I eat. I think these humans are quite clever thing. I pointed to my mouth, and they understood I was hungry. Ah, said the thing, take me to your larder. Excuse me.
I will clarify, I mentioned that I monitor communications.
Constantly. There exists a joke, a humorous tale, familiar to humans. It involves a vessel from another world landing on this planet, and peculiar creatures emerge and say to a gas pump, a trash can, a vending machine, or a similar mechanical object, take me to your leader. I deduce this is because they are ignorant of the human form. I have substituted the similar word larder, referring to a location where food is kept. This is a humorous pun, a play on words intended for comedic effect. It paused. Oh, said Masklin. He considered it. These would be the little green men you spoke of? Precisely. Wait. Wait a moment. What? What is it? Masklin asked urgently. I can detect the ship. Masklin listened with all his might. I can't hear anything, he said. Not sound radio signals. Where is it? Where is it, thing? You've always said the ship is up there, but where? The last of the tree frogs huddled within the moss, seeking refuge from the afternoon sun's heat. A slender crescent of white hung low in the eastern sky. It would be pleasant to imagine the tree frogs had myths about it. It would be pleasant to imagine they believed the sun and moon were distant blossoms, a golden one by day, a silvery one by night. It would be pleasant to think they had legends saying that when a virtuous frog passed, its spirit would journey to the great flowers in the sky. The problem is, we're discussing frogs here. Their word for the sun was mip mip. Their word for the moon was mip mip. Their word for everything was mip mip. And when your entire vocabulary consists of one word, it's terribly difficult to have legends about anything whatsoever. The lead frog, however, had a vague sense that something was amiss with the moon. It was growing brighter. We left the ship on the moon, Masklin said. Why? That is what your forebears chose to do, the thing explained. So they could keep it under observation, I presume. A slow, dawning realization spread across Masklin's face, like light breaking through morning clouds. You know, he said, his voice rising with excitement. Way back before all this began. Back when we lived in the old burrow, I used to sit outside at night and watch the moon. Perhaps somewhere deep inside, in my very blood, I truly knew that up there. No, what you were experiencing was likely primitive superstition, the thing stated flatly. Masklin's enthusiasm vanished. Oh, my mistake. And now please remain silent. The ship is feeling disoriented and desires instruction. It has only just awakened after 15,000 years. I'm not particularly good at mornings myself, Masklin remarked. The moon is a silent world, a place where sound would serve no purpose, for there is no one there to listen. Light, however, is another matter. Across the ancient plains of the lunar dark side, fine dust was churned into towering plumes, catching the distant sun's rays and glittering like a field of scattered diamonds. Far below, something was labouring to free itself from the regolith. We left it buried, Masklin murmured. Inside the glass enclosure, lights flickered rapidly across the thing's surface. Do not assume that is why we have always dwelled in holes, it replied. Other gnomes do not share that habit. That's true, Masklin conceded. I need to stop focusing only on our own. He fell abruptly silent, his attention captured by the human outside the tank, who was gesturing toward symbols on a board. A cold realization washed over him. You have to stop it, he said, his voice urgent. Immediately. Halt the ship. We've misunderstood everything. Thing we cannot leave. It isn't ours alone to claim. We must not take the ship. Near the shuttle launch site, 3 gnomes kept their eyes fixed on the darkening sky. As the sun dipped, the moon began to shimmer with an unearthly festive glow. It has to be the ship, Angelo exclaimed, his face alight with triumph. It must be. That's the signal. It's coming. I never truly believed it would work, Gerda admitted. Angelo gave Pion a hearty slap on the back and pointed upward. See that, my boy? That's our ship, ours. Gerda stroked his chin, offering Pion a slow, thoughtful nod. Yes, he echoed, though a strange leaden feeling had begun to settle in his chest. Ours, Masklin says. It's incredible up there, Angelo mused, his gaze distant. Endless room, that's the whole point of space, after all, vast emptiness. He claims the ship travels faster than light, which sounds impossible. If that were true, you'd flip a switch and the light would just spill out behind you. But it's fast, incredibly fast. Gerda looked back at the glittering crescent. The nagging thought finally broke through, leaving him with a hollow dread. Our ship, he repeated, the one that first brought Nomes to this world. Exactly, said Angelo, barely listening. And it will carry us all back, Gerda continued. That's what Masklin promised, and every gnome, Gerda stated, his voice now flat and heavy. Sure, why not? Angelo said with a wave. I'll figure out the controls, swing back to the quarry, and gather everyone. Pion's folks too, of course. Heck, there's probably even room for their noisy geese. What about the others? Gerda pressed. Angelo looked puzzled. What others? Shrub spoke of many other gnome communities. Gerda said quietly, scattered everywhere. Angelo's expression went blank. Oh, them. Well, I can't speak for them, but we need the ship. You know how hard it's been since we left the store? But if we take it, what will they have if they ever need it? Gerda asked, echoing the very question Masklin had just posed. The thing responded with a burst of static. 01010101010101010101010101010101010101010 D01 leaving 01 D01. There one day, 01? 01 leaving day? What did you say? Masklin demanded. The thing's tone was irritable. If my focus breaks, there may be no ship for anyone. I am currently transmitting 15,000 commands per second. Masklin was silent for a moment. That is a significant number of commands. The thing added almost smugly, by any fair measure. The ship should belong to every gnome in the world, Masklin insisted. 01010101011011. Would you prefer silence or an arrival estimate? I cannot provide both simultaneously. Please, Masklin said, straining for patience. Tell me when the ship will arrive, and then be quiet. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. My calculations could be off by 3 seconds, the thing noted. But I estimate 4 minutes. Actually, it is now 3 minutes and 38 seconds. It will be 3 minutes and 37 seconds momentarily. I can't stay trapped in here if it's that close, Masklin cried, his philosophical concerns momentarily swept aside by panic. How do I get out? This thing has a lid on it. Would you prefer I stop talking first, or get you out and then be quiet? The thing inquired. Your choice. Have the humans noticed you moving? The thing responded. What are you implying? Do they understand how quickly you can run? I doubt it, Masklin admitted. Probably not, then prepare to run, but first, cover your ears. Masklin decided obedience was wise. The thing could be intentionally aggravating, but its guidance was rarely wrong. A brief starburst pattern of lights flashed across its surface, and it began to emit a piercing wail. The sound climbed in pitch until it vanished beyond the range of Masklin's hearing. Even with his ears covered, he could feel the vibration, an uncomfortable sensation like bubbles fizzing inside his skull. He opened his mouth to yell at the thing, and the walls of its container simply disintegrated. One moment there was glass. The next, a cloud of glittering fragments drifted apart, as if every piece of a puzzle had decided it needed more room. The lid dropped with a clang, narrowly missing him. Now pick me up and run, the thing commanded, before the shards had even finished raining onto the table. The humans in the room were beginning to turn, moving with that slow, ponderous grace they always had. Masklin snatched up the thing and sprinted across the slick tabletop. Down! We're too high up. How do we get down? He gasped. He scanned the area frantically. At the far end of the table stood some kind of machine, studded with tiny dials and blinking lights. He'd seen a human operating it earlier. Wires, he muttered to himself. There are always wires. He pivoted, easily dodging a giant hand that swooped down to grab him and bolted along the length of the table. I'll have to throw you over, he panted. I can't carry you down. I'll manage, the thing assured him. Masklin skidded to a halt at the table's edge and hurled the thing into the open air. A cluster of wires snaked down toward the floor. He leapt for one, swung wildly for a moment, and then half fell, half slid down its length. Humans were now lurching toward him from all directions. He scooped up the thing, clutching it tightly, and darted forward. A foot appeared, a brown shoe with a dark blue sock. He zigged. 2 more feet materialized, black shoes with black socks, and they were about to collide with the first foot. He zagged. More feet and hands reached down uselessly. Masklin became a blur, weaving and dodging between pillars that could crush him with a single misstep. And then, suddenly, there was nothing but open floor. Somewhere, an alarm began to shriek, its tones so deep and powerful it felt overwhelming to Masklin's small frame. Aim for the door, the thing suggested. But more humans will be coming through it. Masklin hissed back. Precisely. They'll be coming in, and we'll be going out. Masklin reached the door just as it began to swing inward. A gap of a few inches appeared, revealing more feet on the other side. There was no time to hesitate. He scrambled over a shoe, dropped down, and kept running. Where now? Which way? Outside. And which way is that? Every direction is outside, eventually. Extremely helpful. Masklin shot back. Doors were flying open all along the corridor now. Humans were pouring out. The real challenge wasn't avoiding capture. It would take a remarkably alert human even to spot a gnome at full sprint, let alone catch one. It was simply not getting accidentally squashed underfoot. Why don't they build in mouse holes? Masklin moaned in exasperation. Every sensible building should have mouse holes. A heavy boot slammed down an inch from his side. He jumped clear. The corridor was becoming a sea of legs. Another alarm joined the first, adding to the cacophony. Why is all this happening? I can't possibly be causing all this commotion. There can't be this much trouble over just one gnome. It's not you. The thing stated flatly. It's the ship. They have seen the ship. A shoe nearly ended Masklin's adventure then and there, awarding him a posthumous prize for Florida's flattest gnome. He swerved at the last second, almost running straight into it. This shoe was different from the others. It had a name branded on the side. It was a Crucial Street Drifter with a real rubber sole, Pat. The sock above it appeared to be a high-end, high-style odor-proofy, crafted from a guaranteed 85% polyputecathlon, quite possibly the world's most expensive sock. Masklin's gaze travelled upward, past the vast expanse of blue trouser leg and the distant folds of a sweater, until it settled on a face framed by an impressive beard. It was grandson Richard, age 39. Just when you believed no one was looking out for the gnomes, the universe decided to show you otherwise. Masklin leaped from the ground and landed on the trouser leg, right as the foot shifted. It was the smartest spot to be. People rarely step on other people. The foot lifted and came down once more. Masklin swung back and forth, struggling to haul himself up the coarse fabric. A seam was just an inch away. He grabbed it. The stitching offered a much better grip. Grandson Richard, 39, was caught in a crowd, all moving in the same direction. Several other humans bumped into him, nearly shaking Masklin free. He kicked off his boots and tried to cling with his toes. There was a steady, rhythmic thud as grandson Richard's feet met the pavement. Masklin reached a pocket, found a solid foothold, and scrambled higher. A bulky tag helped him up to the belt. Masklin was familiar with labels from the store, but this one was enormous even by large label standards. It was covered in writing and riveted to the jeans as if grandson Richard were some kind of appliance. Grossbergers, Hagglers, the first name in jeans, he read aloud. And there's a bunch of stuff about how great they are, plus pictures of cattle and such. Why do you suppose he needs labels all over himself? Maybe without labels, he wouldn't know what his clothes are, suggested the thing. Fair point. He'd probably end up wearing his shoes on his head. Masklin glanced back at the label as he seized the sweater. It says here these jeans won a gold medal at the Chicago exhibition back in 1910, he remarked. They've held up pretty well, I'd say. Humans were pouring out of the building. The sweater proved much easier to climb. Masklin pulled himself up swiftly. Grandson Richard had rather long hair, which also came in handy when it was time to clamber onto his shoulder. A door frame flashed overhead, and then the vast blue of the sky opened up. How much longer, thing? Masklin asked. Grandson Richard's ear was only a few inches away, 43 seconds. The humans flooded out of the wide concrete plaza in front of the structure. A few more hurried from the building carrying equipment. They kept colliding with each other because every one of them was staring up at the sky. Another group huddled around a single human who looked deeply concerned. What's happening thing? Masklin whispered. The human in the middle of that group is the most important one here. It came to observe the shuttle launch. Now all the others are informing it that it must be the one to greet the ship. That's rather bold. It isn't their ship. True, but they believe it's coming to communicate with them. Why would they think that? Because they're convinced they're the most important beings on the planet. Ha! Astounding, isn't it? Said the thing. Everyone knows gnomes are more important, Masklin stated. At least every gnome does. He pondered this for a moment and shook his head. So that's the head human, is it? Is it some sort of extra wise one or something? I don't believe so. The other humans around it are attempting to explain what a planet is. It doesn't know. Many humans don't. Mistervis President is among them. 0010101010101. See, you're talking to the ship again. Yes, 6 seconds. It's truly coming. Yes. Angelo looked around. Girder, come on. Girder leaned against a clump of grass, fighting to catch his breath. It's no use, he wheezed. What are you thinking? We can't take on humans by ourselves. We have Paeon, and this is a decent axe. Oh, that'll really frighten them. A stone axe. If you had a couple of axes, I bet they'd surrender immediately. Angalo swung the tool back and forth, finding its weight reassuring. You have to make an attempt, he stated plainly. Let's go, Paeon. What's caught your eye? Some geese? Paeon was fixed on the sky. Girder squinted. There's a speck up there, probably just a bird, Angalo suggested. Doesn't look like any bird I've ever seen. Then it's an airplane. Doesn't look much like an airplane either. Now all three were gazing upward, their faces forming a pointed triangle against the ground. A black dot hung in the blue. You don't suppose he actually pulled it off, do you? Angelo said, his voice tinged with doubt. The dot had become a small, dark circle. It's not moving, though, Girder observed. Well, it's not moving sideways, Angelo corrected, speaking with deliberate slowness. It's moving more in a downward sort of way. The small, dark circle was now a larger dark circle, with a faint, wispy suggestion of vapour or smoke tracing its edges. Could be some kind of atmospheric phenomenon, Angelo ventured. You know, unique Floridian weather? Oh, really? One gigantic hailstone, is that it? It's the ship. It's coming for us. It was significantly larger now, and yet, paradoxically, it still seemed impossibly distant. If it would just come for us a little closer, I wouldn't complain, Girder said, his voice trembling. I wouldn't mind a short walk to meet it. Yeah, Angelo agreed, beginning to look frantic. It's not so much coming as plummeting. Girder finished. He locked eyes with Angelo. Should we run? He asked. It's got to be worth attempting, Angelo replied. But where do we run to? How about we just follow Paeon? He started running quite some time ago. Masklin would freely confess he wasn't an expert on vehicles, but they all seemed to share a basic design, a front, which was forward, and a back, which was not. The entire principle was that the front was the direction of travel. The object descending from the heavens was a disk, merely a top connected to a bottom, with a rim all around. It made no sound, yet it was clearly having a profound effect on the gathered humans. That's it, he asked. Yes. Oh, and then suddenly the scale of it all snapped into terrifying clarity. The ship wasn't big. It was so monumentally vast it demanded a completely new vocabulary. It wasn't merely dropping through the high, wispy clouds, it was casually brushing them aside. Just when you thought you'd grasped its immensity, a cloud would whip past, and your sense of perspective would violently reset. There had to be a special word for something that enormous. Is it going to crash? He whispered. I shall set it down on the scrubland, the thing replied. I do not wish to alarm the humans. Run. What do you imagine I'm doing? It's still directly above us. I'm running. I'm running. I cannot physically run any faster. A shadow fell over the three fleeing gnomes. We travelled all the way to Florida just to be flattened by our own ship. Angelo groaned. A strange, almost hysterical laugh escaped him. You never truly believed in it, did you?
Well, get ready for a crash course in belief. The shadow deepened. They could see it racing across the ground ahead of them, a grey penumbra at the edges bleeding into a profound starless darkness, their own personal midnight. The others are still out there somewhere. Masklin remembered suddenly. Ah, said the thing, I neglected to account for them. You're not supposed to neglect things like that. I have been exceedingly busy of late.
I cannot be expected to think of absolutely everything. Merely almost everything. Just don't squash anyone. I shall arrest its descent before contact. Do not worry. The humans were in an uproar, all talking over one another. Some had begun to sprint toward the falling ship. Others were fleeing in the opposite direction. Masklin dared a glance at grandson Richard, 39. The human's face wore a strange, captivated expression as he watched the ship. As Masklin stared, the large eyes slowly swiveled sideways. The head turned. Grandson Richard was now looking directly down at the gnome perched on his shoulder. For the second time, the humans saw him. And this time, there was absolutely nowhere to hide. Masklin tapped the thing's lid urgently. "Can you slow my voice down?" he said quickly. An expression of utter astonishment was dawning on the human's face. "What are you talking about?" grandson Richard asked, his voice tight with confusion. Masklin took a slow breath. "I need you to repeat my words, but make them slower and louder, so he can actually understand them. You want to talk to a human? Yes. Can you do it or not?" "I strongly advise against this course of action." The thing's voice buzzed from the box. "The risks are significant." Masklin felt his hands curl into fists. Risks compared to what? What's more dangerous than staying silent? Do it right now. Tell him we mean no harm to any human. His hand is already moving. Tell him now. He pressed the device against the human's ear. A low, measured voice began to speak in the language of humans. It seemed to go on forever. Grandson Richard's face went utterly still. "What did you say?" Masklin hissed the moment the thing fell silent. "What exactly did you tell him?" "I informed him," the thing replied calmly, "that if he harms you, I will detonate and remove his head from his shoulders." "You didn't." "I did. You call that communication. I call it highly efficient communication." "That's a terrible thing to say, and you never mentioned you could explode." "I cannot, but he is unaware of that. He is, after all, only human." The thing stated, its tone dripping with a patience that felt like mockery. Meanwhile, the vast ship had slowed its descent, drifting like a leaf until it settled just above the scrubland. Next to it, the launch tower looked like a toothpick beside a massive dark platter. "You put it on the ground. I said not to," Masklin yelled. "It is not on the ground. It is hovering a precise distance above it. It looks on the ground to me. It is hovering," the thing repeated with infuriating calm. Grandson Richard was peering down his nose at Masklin, a look of profound bewilderment on his face. "What's holding it up?" Masklin demanded. The thing explained. "Auntie who? Is there a relative on board?" "Not auntie. Anti-gravity. But there's no fire, no smoke. Combustion is not a requirement." The thing said flatly in the distance. Vehicles were racing toward the immense bulk of the ship, their sirens slicing through the air. "Okay," Masklin said, his voice dropping. "Exactly how high did you stop it?" 4 inches was deemed sufficient. Nearby, Angalo pushed his face out of the sandy dirt, utterly astonished to be breathing. If this was being dead, it felt suspiciously like being alive. He remembered the colossal shape blotting out the sky, the instinct to throw himself down, the expectation of becoming nothing more than a stain. No, he definitely hadn't died. He'd probably remember an event that momentous. "Girder," he croaked. "Is that you?" Girder's voice came from the gloom. "I hope so. Pion." "Pion." Prion's reply echoed from somewhere in the dark. Angelo got to his hands and knees. "Any idea where we are?" "Inside the ship," Girder suggested. "I don't think so," Angalo said, brushing grit from his coat. "There's soil here and grass. Then, where did the ship go? Why is it so dark?" Angalo stood up carefully. A faint, eerie glow rimmed the horizon, not the deep black of a proper night, but a dusky, wrong sort of twilight. And there was a sound, too, a soft hum so quiet you could almost ignore it, yet once noticed it seemed to soak into everything. He took a step forward to see better. Thump. Oh! Angelo reached up and rubbed his head. His fingers met cold, smooth metal. Crouching lower, he turned slowly to see what he had hit. He was silent for a long moment. Girder, he said finally, his voice filled with awe. You are going to find what I'm about to tell you incredibly difficult to believe, back with Masklin. He spoke firmly to the thing. This time translate exactly what I say. No threats. No clever tricks. Just the words. Understood. Humans had begun to gather around the ship. Trying to surround it, really, though surrounding something that massive was a comical effort, like ants trying to circle a dinner plate. They were just clustering in patches, a nervous buzzing perimeter under the shadow of the impossible craft above them. The rumble of approaching trucks grew louder, many with their sirens screaming into the night. Grandson Richard, 39 years old, stood isolated, his gaze flickering anxiously toward his own shoulder. We also have a debt to him, Masklin insisted. We utilized his satellite, and we took things that weren't ours. You were adamant about doing this independently. No assistance from humans, you declared. The thing reminded him. Circumstances have changed. The ship is here, Masklin stated firmly. We've achieved it. This is no longer a plea for charity. A minor observation, you are currently perched upon his shoulder, not the other way around, noted the thing. That's irrelevant. Masklin dismissed. Instruct him, no, ask him politely to walk toward the ship. And emphasize that we don't wish for anyone to be injured. He paused, then added, myself included. Grandson Richard's response felt interminable, yet he began to move, a slow, deliberate stride toward the throngs encircling the vessel. What is he saying? Masklin asked, his small hands gripping the woolen sweater tightly. I am astonished, the thing reported. He does not believe your message? He stated his grandfather constantly spoke of little people, but he never gave it credence until this moment. He inquired, Are you like the ones from the old department store? Masklin's jaw went slack. The human's eyes were fixed on him with intense focus. Tell him yes, Masklin managed, his voice a dry rasp. As you wish. I maintain this is inadvisable. The thing's translated words boomed. Grandson Richard's reply was a low rumble. He says his grandfather would joke about little people in the store. The thing relayed. He claimed they brought him good fortune. A familiar, dreadful churning settled in Masklin's stomach, the feeling of the world shifting its foundations just as he thought he'd grasped its rules. Did his grandfather ever actually see a gnome? He asked. He says no, but he recounts that when his grandfather and his grandfather's brother were founding the store, working late into every night on the accounts, they would hear noises in the walls. They'd tell each other it was the little store people. It was their private joke. The thing paused. He adds that as a child, his grandfather would tell him stories of tiny folk who emerged after closing to play with the display toys, but the store gnomes never engaged in such nonsense, Masklin exclaimed. I did not say the stories were factual. The thing replied flatly. The ship loomed much nearer now. Its surface was utterly smooth, devoid of visible doors or windows, as blank and enigmatic as a polished stone. Masklin's thoughts were in chaos. He had always credited humans with a basic intelligence. Gnomes were clever. Rats were reasonably smart. Foxes had a certain cunning. Surely, he reasoned, there was enough cognitive capacity in the world for humans to possess a share. But this was something beyond mere intellect. It was a strange, wistful fabrication. He recalled a human book titled Gulliver's Travels, which had caused quite a stir among the gnomes. There was no island of miniature people, he was sure of it. It was pure fiction. The store had been full of such books, creating endless confusion. It dawned on him with a pang of lonely insight that humans seemed to need things that weren't true. They never genuinely believed we existed, he thought, but some part of them desperately wanted to believe. It was less about intelligence and more about a profound, almost sad desire for a universe less empty. Tell him, Masklin said, his voice steadier now. Tell him I must reach the ship. Grandson Richard whispered, the sound like wind through a canyon. He says the crowd is too dense. It is not safe. Why are they all gathered here? Masklin asked, utterly perplexed. Why aren't they terrified? The human's answer came as another gusty rumble. He says they are hoping creatures from another world will emerge and speak to them. What possible reason would they have for that? I do not know, said the thing. Perhaps they do not wish to be alone in the cosmos. But it's empty. It's our ship. Masklin began. A deep, resonant wail cut through the air. The crowd flinched, hands flying to ears. Suddenly lights sparked to life across the ship's dark hull. They twinkled in intricate racing patterns, flowing across the surface before vanishing. Another mournful wail echoed. There isn't anyone aboard, correct? Masklin asked, a new tension in his voice. No gnomes were left behind in hibernation or anything. High above them on the seemingly seamless side of the ship, a perfectly square aperture silently irised open, a sharp whiffling sound cut the air, followed by a crimson beam that ignited a distant patch of scrub. The crowd scattered in panic. The ship lifted shakily a few feet off the ground, wobbled dangerously, and drifted sideways before rocketing straight upward in a blur. It jerked to a stop high above everyone, then tilted, turned over, and balanced precariously on its edge for a moment. Finally, it drifted back down, landing in a lopsided manner. One side settled on the earth, while the other seemed to rest on nothing but air. A loud, amplified voice burst forth. To human ears, it was a high-pitched, chattering noise, but the actual words were, Sorry, is this a microphone? I can't find the button for the door. Let's try this one. Another square portal slid open, flooding the area with a brilliant azure light. The voice boomed once more across the landscape. Got it! There was a distorted thumping sound, like someone tapping a microphone to test it. Masklin, are you out there? That's Angalo, Masklin exclaimed. No one else pilots like that thing. Tell grandson Richard, 39. I have to reach the ship now, please. The human nodded. A crowd of people had gathered around the ship's base, but the doorway was too high for them to reach. Clinging tightly, Masklin felt grandson Richard, 39, push through the jostling mass. The ship's voice wailed again. Angalo's massively amplified voice came through, apparently arguing with someone unseen. I'm not entirely sure about this switch, but maybe it's... Of course I'm going to press it. Why wouldn't I press it? It's right next to the door control. It must be safe. Look, just be quiet. A gleaming silver ramp extended from the doorway wide enough for a human to walk up. See, told you? Angalo's voice declared. Thing, can you communicate with Angalo? Masklin asked urgently. Can you tell him I'm out here, trying to get aboard? No, he appears to be pressing buttons at random. It is sincerely hoped he does not activate an incorrect sequence. I thought you could command the ship, Masklin said. The thing managed to convey a tone of shock. Not when a gnome is inside it, it replied. I cannot countermand instructions given by a gnome. That is a fundamental principle of machinery. Grandson Richard, 39, was forcing his way through the shouting, pushing throng, but progress was slow. Masklin sighed. Ask grandson Richard, 39, to set me down, he instructed. Then he added softly, and say thank you. Tell him. It would have been good to talk longer. The thing translated. Grandson Richard, 39, looked surprised, then listened as the thing spoke again. He slowly raised a hand toward Masklin. If Masklin had ever compiled a list of utterly terrifying moments, this would have claimed the top spot. He had confronted foxes, helped steer the truck, even flown on a goose, but none of those compared to the sheer dread of allowing a human to actually touch him. The enormous whorled fingers uncurled and gently closed on either side of his waist. He shut his eyes tight. Angalo's booming voice echoed, Masklin, if anything's happened to you, there's going to be serious trouble. Grandson Richard's grip was feather light, as if he were handling something incredibly delicate. Masklin felt himself being slowly lowered toward the ground. He opened his eyes. A forest of human legs surrounded him. He looked up into grandson Richard's vast face and, straining to make his voice as deep and slow as possible, spoke the final word any gnome ever said to a human. Goodbye. Then he darted into the maze of feet. Several officials in uniform trousers and heavy boots stood at the ramp's base. Masklin scurried between them and began racing upward. Ahead, blue light poured from the open hatch. As he ran, he saw two small dots appear on the entrance's edge, waiting figures. The ramp felt endless. Masklin hadn't slept for hours. He bitterly regretted not napping on that comfortable-looking bed while the humans were studying. Suddenly, every part of him just wanted to find a quiet spot and lie down. Masklin stumbled to the top of the ramp where the distant specks resolved into the familiar faces of Girder and Peon. They reached out, their hands pulling him into the safety of the ship. Turning, he gazed down upon a vast ocean of human faces. He had never looked down upon a human before. From this height, they likely couldn't even see him. They're waiting for the little green men, he thought to himself. Are you unharmed? Girder asked urgently, his voice tight with worry. Did they cause you any injury? I'm fine, truly, Masklin murmured, his voice distant. No one laid a hand on me. You appear terrible. We should have spoken to them, Girder, Masklin insisted, a new conviction colouring his tired words. They require our help. They're just lost. Are you certain you're all right? Girder pressed, peering closely at him. Masklin's mind felt stuffed with thick, muffling wool. You recall how you believed in Arnold Brose, established 1905, he managed to say. Yes, Girder replied, his tone cautious. A wild, triumphant grin spread across Masklin's face. Well, he believed in you too. What do you think of that? And then, very gently, Masklin folded and sank to the floor, the ship, the vessel constructed by Nomes, using their own science to leave Earth. We do not yet possess all knowledge of its workings, but as it was built by gnome ingenuity, we inevitably shall, from a scientific encyclopedia for the inquiring young gnome by Angalo de Haberdashery. The ramp retracted, the doorway sealed shut. The ship ascended into the air, climbing until it hovered high above the city's structures. And there it remained as the sun dipped below the horizon. The humans below attempted communication, directing coloured lights toward it, broadcasting musical tones, and eventually speaking to it in every language known to humanity. The ship appeared to take no notice. Masklin awoke on a profoundly uncomfortable bed. It was much too soft. He despised resting on anything gentler than solid ground. The store gnomes enjoyed their fancy carpet fragments, but Masklin had always slept on a piece of wood, considering a scrap of rag for a blanket the height of luxury. He sat up and examined the room. It was sparsely furnished, just the bed, a table, and a chair, actual furniture. In the store, gnomes crafted their belongings from matchboxes and thread spools. The gnomes living outside scarcely knew what furniture was. This looked remarkably like human furniture, yet it was perfectly gnome-sized. He rose and padded across the cool metal floor to the door. Gnome-sized, again. A doorway built by gnomes for gnomes. It opened onto a corridor lined with identical doors. The place had an ancient feel, not dirty or dusty, but carrying the sterile, patient silence of a place kept impeccably clean for an unimaginably long time. A soft, purring sound approached. It was a small black box, somewhat reminiscent of the thing, mounted on little treads. A tiny revolving brush on its front swept imaginary dust into a slot. Masklin wondered how many centuries this diligent machine had cleaned this empty corridor, waiting for gnomes to return. It bumped against his foot, emitted a polite beep, and then bustled away in the opposite direction. Masklin followed it shortly. He passed another device clicking softly along the ceiling, performing its endless duty. Rounding a corner, he nearly collided with Girder. "You're awake!" "Yes," said Masklin.
So, we are on the ship, correct?
"It's astonishing." Girder began, his eyes wide and his hair standing at frantic angles. He looked utterly unmoored. "I'm sure it is," Masklin said, trying to be reassuring. "But there are all these, and there are enormous, and you would never believe the scale, and there is so much." Girder's voice faded into overwhelmed silence. He resembled a gnome who needed to invent entirely new vocabulary just to begin describing his surroundings. It's excessively big, he finally blurted, seizing Maskelyne's arm. Come with me, he said, half dragging him along the corridor. How did you all manage to board? Maskelyne asked, hurrying to keep pace. It was incredible. Angalo touched a control panel, and it simply slid aside. Then we were inside, and there was a lift, and then we entered this massive chamber with a central command seat. Angalo sat down, all these lights activated, and he just started pressing buttons and moving levers. Didn't you attempt to stop him? Maskelyne asked. Gerda simply rolled his eyes skyward, a gesture of pure, exhausted surrender. You know Angelo and his obsession with machines, he remarked. But the thing is doing its best to talk some sense into him. If it weren't for that, we'd probably have smashed into a planet by now, he added with a sigh. He guided them through another archway into, well, it had to be a room. They were inside the ship. Maskelyne was grateful, he knew that, because otherwise he'd swear they were back outside. The space stretched out, vast as one of the departments in the old store. Enormous screens and intricate control panels lined the walls, most of them dark and silent. Shadowy gloom extended in every direction, broken only by a small pool of light right at the room's heart. There sat Angalo in a large, cushioned chair, with the thing placed before him on a slanted metal board covered in switches. He had clearly been in the middle of an argument. When Maskelyne approached, Angalo shot him a frustrated look and exclaimed, "It refuses to listen to me." The thing had made itself look as small, black, and unassuming as possible. He insists on piloting the ship. It stated, "You're a machine, you're supposed to follow orders." Angalo snapped back. "I am an intelligent machine," the thing replied, "and I have no desire to become a very flat ornament at the bottom of a crater. You are not ready to pilot the ship? How would you know? You won't even let me try. I drove the truck, didn't I? It wasn't my fault all those trees and streetlights kept appearing out of nowhere," he added, after noticing Maskelyne's skeptical glance. "I imagine the ship is considerably more complex," Maskelyne said carefully. "But I've been studying it non-stop," Angalo insisted. "It's simple, really. All the buttons have little symbols. Watch this." He pressed one, and a massive screen flickered to life, displaying the crowds gathered outside the ship. "They've been out there for hours," Gerda observed. "What do they want?" "Beats me," said Angalo. "Who can guess what humans are after?" Maskelyne studied the swarm below. "They've tried everything," Angalo went on. "Flashing lights, music, that sort of thing. The thing says they've been using radio signals too. Haven't you tried answering them?" Maskelyne asked. "No. Don't have anything to say," Angalo replied. He tapped at the thing with his knuckles. "All right, smart guy. If I'm not doing the flying, who is?" "I am. How? There is a slot beside the seat. I see it. It's exactly your size. Insert me," with a shrug. Angalo picked up the thing and slid it into the floor until only its top was visible. "Listen," Angalo said. "Can't I at least do something? Work the windshield wipers or adjust the vents? I'll feel like a complete idiot just sitting here." The thing seemed to ignore him. Its light blinked rhythmically for a moment, as if it were settling in. Then it spoke, its voice deeper and more resonant than ever before. All systems operational lights ignited across the ship, spreading from the thing like a wave. Control panels glowed like miniature starry skies, overhead fixtures buzzed to life, and distant thumps and hums echoed as power surged through the vessel. The air took on a sharp, electric scent. "It's like the store during the holiday festival," Gerda whispered. "Now this is real science," Angalo breathed. "All systems in working order," the thing boomed. "State our destination." "What?" said Maskelyne. "And please, lower your voice. Where are we going?" the thing asked. "You must provide a destination. It already has a name." "It's called the Quarry, right?" Maskelyne said. "Where is it located?" "It's that way somewhere," Maskelyne said, gesturing vaguely. "Which direction? How should I know? How many directions are there?" "Thing, are you saying you don't know how to get back to the Quarry?" Gerda asked. "That is correct. We're lost." "No. I know precisely which planet we are on," said the thing. "We can't be lost." Gerda reasoned. "We're right here. We know where we are. We just don't know where we aren't." "Couldn't you spot the Quarry if you go up high enough?" Angelo suggested. You should be able to see it from a great height. Very well. Can I at least press the button to go up? Angelo asked hopefully. Please? Push down with your left foot and pull the green lever back, the thing instructed. There wasn't a sound so much as a shift in the quality of the quiet. Masklin felt a brief sensation of weight which then faded. The image on the screen began to shrink. Now this, Angelo said with deep satisfaction, is what flying should be. Real science. No racket. None of that ridiculous flapping.
Right?
Where's Peon? Masklin asked. He wandered off, Gerda replied. I think he went to look for something to eat. On a machine no gnome has set foot on for 15,000 years, Masklin said, incredulous. Gerda shrugged. Maybe there's something left in a cupboard somewhere, he offered. Then his tone shifted. I need to speak with you, Masklin. Yes? Gerda moved closer, casting a glance back at Angalo, who was reclined in the pilot's seat with a blissful, faraway look. He lowered his voice to a whisper. We shouldn't be doing this. I know it's a terrible thing to say after everything, but this ship isn't just ours, it belongs to every gnome, everywhere. He seemed relieved when Masklin nodded. A year ago, Masklin pointed out, you didn't believe there were any other gnomes anywhere. Gerda looked embarrassed. Yes, well, that was then. This is now. I don't know what I believe anymore, except that there must be thousands of gnomes out there we know nothing about. There could even be gnomes living in other stores. We're just the lucky ones who found the thing. If we take the ship away, we take away all hope for them. I know, Masklin said miserably. But what choice do we have? We need the ship now, and how would we even find these other gnomes? We have the ship, Gerda insisted. Masklin gestured toward the screen, where the landscape was widening into a hazy expanse. It would take forever to find gnomes down there. You couldn't do it, even with this. You'd have to be on the ground. Gnomes stay hidden. Your store gnomes didn't know about my tribe, and we lived just miles away. We'd never have found Peon's people except by sheer luck. He paused, then couldn't resist a gentle prod. Besides, there's a bigger issue. You know how we gnomes are. Those other gnomes probably wouldn't even believe the ship exists. He instantly regretted saying it. Gerda looked more profoundly unhappy than Masklin had ever seen him. That's true, the abbot admitted, his voice hollow. I wouldn't have believed it. I'm not entirely sure I believe it now, and I'm sitting inside it. Maybe, Masklin ventured. Once we find a place to live, we can send the ship back to gather any other gnomes we can locate. I'm sure Angalo would love that. Gerda's shoulders began to tremble. For a moment, Masklin thought he was laughing, but then he saw the tears tracing down the abbot's face. Masklin said, utterly at a loss. Gerda turned away. I'm sorry, he muttered. It's just, everything keeps changing. Why can't anything stay the same for 5 minutes? Every time I finally grasp an idea, it twists into something else, and I end up looking like a fool. All I want is something solid to believe in. Is that so wrong?
I think you just need a flexible mind,
Masklin said, even as he heard how useless the words sounded. Flexible? Flexible? Gerda snapped, his voice cracking with a sudden raw frustration. My mind is so flexible I could yank it out through my ears and tie it under my chin, and what good has it done me? Let me tell you, I'd have been better off just blindly believing everything I was taught as a young gnome. At least then I'd only be wrong once. This way I'm wrong constantly. He stomped off down one of the corridors. Masklin watched him go. Not for the first time. He found himself wishing he believed in something as fiercely as Gerda did, if only to have someone to complain to about his life. He even caught himself wishing, just for a second, that he was back in the old quarry hole. It hadn't been great, what with the cold and the damp and the constant threat of being eaten. But at least Grimma had been there. They would have been miserable together, cold and soaked and starving. At least he wouldn't have felt so utterly alone. A rustle beside him broke the thought. It was Peon holding out a tray of what Masklin guessed was fruit. He pushed the loneliness aside for a moment, realizing a sharp hunger had been lurking, waiting for its chance. He'd never seen fruit that particular shade or shape. Taking a piece from the offered tray, he bit into something that tasted like a tart, nutty lemon. It's held up surprisingly well, he murmured, Where did this come from? It was from a device in a nearby hallway, a seemingly straightforward machine covered with hundreds of images of various foods. You pressed a picture, there was a short buzzing sound, and the actual food would drop onto a little tray. Masklin tapped a few pictures at random and received an assortment of strange fruits, a crisp green vegetable that squeaked when chewed, and a slice of meat that reminded him powerfully of smoked salmon. How does it even do that, he wondered aloud. A voice from the wall panel near him responded, "Would an explanation involving molecular deconstruction and reassembly from base organic materials be helpful?" "Not really," Masklin admitted. "Then it is accomplished through science." "Oh, well, that settles it. That's you thing, right?" "Correct." Still chewing the curiously fish-like meat, Masklin ambled back to the control room and offered some food to Angelo. The main screen displayed nothing but a dense blanket of clouds. "We'll never spot the quarry through all that," he observed. Angelo adjusted a lever slightly. That now familiar sensation of increased weight pressed down on them for a second. They both stared at the screen. "Wow," breathed Angelo. "That looks familiar," said Masklin. He fumbled in his clothes until he found the crumpled, folded map they'd carried all the way from the store. Smoothing it out, he glanced between the paper and the screen. The screen showed a vast disk, mostly swirling blues with patches of white cloud. "Any idea what that is?" asked Angelo. "Not exactly, but I know what some of the pieces are called," Masklin said, his finger tracing a shape on the map. "That big part, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, that's called South America. Look, it matches the map perfectly. It's just missing the label that says South America right on it." "Still no sign of the quarry, though," Angelo pointed out. Masklin gazed at the image. South America. Grimma had spoken about South America, hadn't she? That was where, she said. Frogs lived inside flowers. She'd told him once that knowing things like that, frogs living in flowers, changed you. You couldn't be the same person afterward. He was starting to understand what she meant. A sudden rebellious thought struck him. He'd spent his entire life doing what was necessary, what was for the good of everyone else. Just this once, he was going to do something for himself. The quarry could wait. "Forget the quarry for now," he said, his voice firm. "It can wait. We should proceed with all possible speed for the sake of all Nomes," the thing intoned from its panel. Masklin considered this. It was true, he had to concede. Anything could be happening back home. He needed to get the ship back quickly, for everyone's sake. And then he thought, with a clarity that felt like a small personal revolution, "I've done for everyone's sake for long enough. The ship might not help us find other Nomes, but I finally know where to look for those frogs." "Thing," he said, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Take us to South America and don't argue with me. On frogs, some folks believe understanding frogs is crucial. They are small, often green or yellow, possess 4 legs, and make croaking sounds. Their young are called tadpoles. In my considered view, this constitutes the entirety of essential frog knowledge." From a scientific encyclopedia for the inquisitive young gnome by Angelo de Haberdashery, locate a blue planet focus. This is a planet. It is largely covered in water, yet it is named Earth. Find a country focus, blues and greens and browns spread under the sun with long, ragged veils of rain clouds snagging on mountain peaks. Focus on a single mountain, lush and damp, and there is a focus tree draped in moss and heavy with blossoms, and focus on one flower cradling a tiny pool of water in its heart. It is an epiphytic bromeliad. The leaves, which could easily be mistaken for delicate petals, barely tremble as 3 tiny, brilliantly golden frogs haul themselves up to peer in wonder at the pristine water. 2 of them glanced toward their leader, anticipating some profound statement for this monumental moment. It prepares to speak "mip mip," and then they all slip down the leaf and into the pool. While these frogs can distinguish day from night, their grasp of time is rather vague. They understand sequence, that one event follows another. A particularly clever frog might ponder if something exists to stop everything from happening simultaneously, but that's the extent of their philosophical reach. So, from a frog's perspective, it's impossible to say how long it was before an odd darkness fell in the middle of the day. A vast, dark shadow glided over the forest canopy and stopped. Soon, voices followed. The frogs heard them, though the sounds were meaningless and utterly foreign. Nothing like the noises of their own world. What reached their ears was this: how many mountains does this place need? It's completely absurd. Who could possibly require this many? I call it poor planning. One good mountain would have been sufficient. I swear, if I see one more peak, I'll lose my mind. How many are left for us to check? I happen to like them, and some of these trees are definitely the wrong size. I like the trees as well, Girder, and I don't have any faith in Angalo's piloting skills. I believe he's improving, Girder. Well, I just hope we don't have any more of those airplanes buzzing about. That's all I ask. Girder and Masklin swayed in a makeshift basket woven from scraps of metal and wire, suspended from a square hatch beneath the ship. Vast, uncharted chambers and strange machines still filled its interior. The thing had explained the ship was built for exploration, but Masklin remained skeptical. There were likely machines that could raise and lower the basket automatically, yet he preferred the old way, looping the cable around an interior pillar, and, with peons' help inside, hauling themselves up and down through sheer, stubborn effort. The basket settled gently against a tree branch. The constant problem was the humans, who never left them in peace. Every time they located a promising mountain, airplanes or helicopters would swarm like gnats around a hawk. It was endlessly frustrating. Masklin scanned the branch. Girder had a point. This would have to be their final mountain. But the flowers here were undeniable. He crept along the branch until he reached the nearest blossom, a towering structure 3 times his height. Finding a foothold, he pulled himself up and peered inside. A small pool of water lay within, and 6 little yellow eyes stared back up at him. Masklin returned the gaze. So it was true after all. He wondered if there was anything he could say that they might comprehend. Any common ground between their worlds. The branch was long and sturdy. They had tools aboard the ship. They could lower additional cables to secure it, then carefully winch it up once it was cut free. It would take time, but time didn't matter. This was crucial. The thing mentioned methods for sustaining plants under artificial sunlight in containers of nutrient-rich solution. Keeping a branch alive should be the simplest task imaginable. If they proceeded with utmost care and gentleness, the frogs would never even realize what had happened. If the world were a bathtub, the ship's path through it was like a slippery bar of soap, zipping erratically from one end to the other and never being where you'd predict. You could trace its recent whereabouts by the sudden frantic takeoffs of aircraft from airfields below, or perhaps it was more like the ball on a roulette wheel, bouncing chaotically until it found the right slot. Or maybe, let's be honest, it was just hopelessly lost. They searched through what felt like night, if it even was night anymore. It was getting hard to tell. The whole endeavor was starting to feel like a cosmic joke, a wild goose chase orchestrated by the universe itself. Yet, in a sudden defiant shift of spirit, Masklin felt a surge of determination. They weren't just lost, they were pioneers, and the very absurdity of their mission made their eventual success all the more essential. The thing attempted to clarify that their ship traveled faster than the sun, even though the sun itself remained stationary. It explained how different parts of the world experienced night and day simultaneously. Girder declared this arrangement to be poor management. Back in the store, he remarked, the darkness always arrived right on schedule, even though it was just a structure built by people. This was the first instance they had heard him acknowledge the store's human origins. Nothing outside looked recognizable. Masklin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The store was located in a town called Blackberry, he stated. I'm certain of that much, so the quarry couldn't have been too distant from there. Angelo gestured impatiently at the viewing screens. That's all well and good, but this doesn't resemble any map, he complained. They don't even label the places. It's utterly absurd. How is anyone supposed to navigate? Understood, said Masklin. But you're not to dip low again to read roadside signs. Every time you attempt that, people flood into the streets and the radio channels fill with panic. Quite correct, added the thing. It's only natural for a population to become agitated when they witness a 10-million-ton starship attempting to navigate their main thoroughfare. My last approach was executed with extreme precision. Angelo insisted defensively. I even came to a full stop for a red signal. I failed to comprehend all the commotion. All those trucks and automobiles began colliding with each other as well. And you have the nerve to call me an incompetent pilot. Gerda turned to Pion, who was picking up the language rapidly. The goose-herding gnomes had a knack for it, being accustomed to meeting gnomes who spoke differently. Your geese never lost their way, he said. How did they accomplish that? They simply did not become lost, Pion replied. They always knew the path. Animals can be like that, Masklin observed. They operate on instinct. It's a kind of knowing without consciously understanding that you know. I don't follow, said Gerda. Why can't the thing manage it? It located Florida, so a significant place like Blackberry should be simple. I detect no radio transmissions referencing a Blackberry. There are abundant signals concerning Florida, the thing reported. Just set us down somewhere, anywhere, Gerda urged. Angelo pressed a few buttons on the console. We're over open ocean at the moment, he said. Wait, what is that? Far below the ship, a small white shape glided swiftly over the cloud tops. Might be a goose, Pion suggested. I don't believe so, Angelo said, slowly adjusting a control. I'm really getting the hang of these systems, he added with a hint of pride. The image on the screen flickered and then zoomed in, revealing a sleek white dart speeding through the sky. Is it the Concorde? Gerda asked. Yes, confirmed Angelo. Although it seems to be moving rather slowly, doesn't it? Only by our standards, Angelo replied. Follow it, Masklin instructed. We have no idea where it's headed, Angelo reasoned. I do, said Masklin. Remember when you looked out the window on the Concorde? We were flying toward the sun. Right. It was setting, Angelo recalled. Well, it's morning now. The plane is heading toward the sun again, Masklin pointed out, a new certainty in his voice. The others fell silent, considering this. It means it's going home. Angelo chewed his lip as he processed this logic. Gerda, who steadfastly refused to grapple with any astronomical concepts, muttered, I don't see why the sun can't just pick a spot and stay put. Going home, Angelo repeated, ignoring him. A grin spread across his face. Right, I see it now, so we accompany it, yes. 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 Angelo placed his hands on the ship's controls. All right then, he said. Here we go. I expect the Concorde pilots will be rather delighted to have some companionship up here at this altitude. The ship smoothly drew alongside the supersonic aircraft. It's maneuvering erratically, Angelo noted. And it's accelerating. I suspect they might be somewhat concerned about the ship, Masklin said dryly. Can't imagine why, Angelo replied, utterly sincere. I truly can't. We're not doing anything except following them politely. I wish we had proper viewports, Gerda said wistfully. We could give them a friendly wave. Have humans ever encountered a ship like this before? Angelo asked the thing. No, the thing answered. But they have constructed many narratives about vessels arriving from other worlds. Yes, Masklin murmured, almost to himself. They would do that, wouldn't they? That's exactly the kind of thing they'd pull, Angelo remarked. Some stories claim the ships will carry friendly visitors. Gerda began, that's us. Angelo cut in. And others warn of monsters with writhing tentacles and rows of sharp teeth. Gerda finished. The gnomes exchanged uneasy glances. Gerda cast a nervous look over his shoulder, and soon they were all staring into the shadowy passages branching off from the control room. Like alligators, Masklin asked. Worse, said Gerda. Hold on, Gerda said, his voice tight. We did check all the rooms, right? We're sure. It's a story, Gerda. It isn't real, Masklin insisted. Who would even invent something so horrible? Gerda pressed. Humans would, Masklin stated flatly. Ha, Angelo grunted, trying to appear casual as he swiveled the chair to check behind him for any creeping, toothy horrors. I don't see the point. I think I do. I've been giving humans a lot of thought lately. Can't the thing just send a message to the Concorde pilots? Gerda suggested, hopefully something like, Don't panic. We are completely tentacle-free and our dental work is minimal. They'd never buy it. Angelo scoffed. If I were covered in teeth and tentacles, that's precisely the sort of sneaky message I'd send. It's basic cunning. Outside, the Concorde shrieked across the heavens, shattering the transatlantic speed record. The ship followed placidly in its wake. You know, Angalo mused, gazing down at the world below, I figure humans are just smart enough to be completely nuts. I think, Masklin said quietly, maybe they're intelligent enough to be profoundly lonely. The plane shrieked onto the runway, its tires smoking. Fire engines and other vehicles sped across the airport tarmac. The great black ship soared overhead, banked sharply like a thrown discus, and began to slow. There's the reservoir, Girder cried, pointing. Right below us, and the railway line and the quarry. It's still there.
Of course it's still there, you fool,
Angalo muttered, steering the ship toward the hills, which were dappled with melting snow. Strange, quiet tension had settled over him, replacing his earlier bravado. Not all of it, Masklin observed softly. A column of black smoke rose from the quarry. As they drew closer, they saw it billowing from a burning truck. Other trucks were scattered around, and several humans were scrambling away from the ship's looming shadow. Lonely, you say? Angelo snarled, the sarcasm thick in his voice. If they've harmed one gnome, they'll regret the day they were born. If they've harmed one gnome, Masklin corrected, his tone cold and final, they'll regret the day I was born, but I don't think anyone's down there now. Our people wouldn't just wait around. And who set that truck on fire? Yay. Angelo cheered, punching the air. Masklin's eyes swept the landscape below. He couldn't picture Grimma or Dorcas hiding in holes, passively letting humans take over. Trucks didn't just spontaneously combust. A couple of the quarry buildings looked damaged, too. Humans wouldn't have wrecked their own stuff, would they? His gaze fixed on the field beside the quarry. The gate was shattered and 2 deep, muddy tracks cut through the slush. I think they escaped in another vehicle, he said. What do you mean, yay? Girder asked, still catching up. Across the fields, Angalo said, skeptical, a truck would get bogged down for sure. Masklin shook his head. Perhaps even a gnome could have instincts. A new, urgent certainty gripped him. Follow those tracks, he commanded. Now. Do you have any idea how tricky it is to make this thing go slow? Angelo complained, but he nudged a lever. The ship lurched forward up the hillside, seeming to chafe at the sudden restraint. They had been here before on foot, months ago. It felt like a lifetime. The hilltops flattened into a plateau overlooking the airport. There was the field where they'd once dug for potatoes. There was the thicket where they'd hunted, and the woods where they'd confronted a fox for preying on Nomes. And there was something small and yellow moving steadily across the distant fields. Angelo leaned forward, squinting at the screen. Looks like some kind of vehicle, he admitted, his hands fumbling for the controls without looking away. It's a strange one, though, Angalo observed. Other vehicles were moving on the roads below, their tops flashing with lights. Do you think those cars are chasing it? He asked. Maybe they want to discuss a certain burning truck, Masklin replied. Can you reach it before they do? Angalo squinted, a confident smirk forming. You know, I bet we could beat them there, even if we took a detour through Florida. He located another lever and gave it a gentle push. The landscape outside seemed to stutter for a mere instant, and suddenly the yellow truck was directly ahead of them. See what I mean?
Get closer,
Masklin urged. As Angelo pressed a button, he started to explain. Look, the screen can display the area beneath, but Girder cut him off. There are gnomes down there?
Yeah, and those cars are speeding off.
Angelo shouted, pumping a fist. That's right. Run away, unless you want a taste of teeth and tentacles. Let's just hope the gnomes don't get the same idea, Girder muttered. He turned. Masklin, do you think? But Masklin had already vanished. I should have planned for this earlier. Masklin thought to himself. The section of branch was enormous, 30 times a gnome's length. They'd kept it under lamps, one end submerged in a pot of special nutrient water, and it had thrived. The gnomes who once piloted the ship had cultivated many plants this way. With Peon's help, he dragged the heavy pot toward the hatch. The frogs watched their efforts with what seemed like polite curiosity. Once they had it positioned as well as possible, Masklin triggered the hatch. It wasn't a sliding door. The ancient gnomes had used it as a sort of elevator, though it operated on a force as inexplicable and potent as a secret family recipe. The platform dropped away. Peering down, Masklin saw the yellow truck shudder to a stop. When he stood up, Peon was staring at him, clearly confused. "The flower is a message?" the young gnome asked. "Yes, in a manner of speaking." "Not using words?" "No," said Masklin. "Why not?" Masklin simply shrugged. "I don't know how to say them. It nearly ends there, but it shouldn't end there." Gnomes were everywhere on the ship, a bustling tide of small bodies. If there had been any tentacled monsters aboard, they would have been smothered by sheer enthusiasm. Eager young gnomes packed the control room, diligently trying to press every button in sight. Dorcas and his apprentice engineers had vanished, doubtless in pursuit of the ship's mysterious engines. The grey corridors echoed with voices and laughter. Masklin and Grimma sat apart, quietly watching the frogs in their flowering plant. "I had to see if it was true," Masklin said softly. "The most wonderful thing in the world." Grimma breathed. Then, with a practical air, she added, "You know, a bromeliad looks quite different from how I imagined." "Maybe not the most wonderful," Masklin mused. "I suspect there are far more amazing things out there, but it's pretty good, all the same." Grimma then recounted the events at the quarry, the skirmish with the humans, the daring theft of the caterpillar vehicle for their escape. Her eyes sparkled fiercely as she described confronting the humans. Masklin listened, his mouth slightly agape in admiration. She was covered in mud, her dress was torn, and her hair looked as if it had been combed with a thorn bush. Yet she radiated such fierce, crackling energy, she might as well have been throwing off sparks. "It's a good thing we arrived when we did," he thought. "The humans ought to send me a thank you note, so what do we do now?" she asked. "I don't know," Masklin admitted. "Try to find home, I suppose. Or a home, according to the thing. There are many worlds out there with gnomes on them." "Worlds with just gnomes, I mean? Or we could find one all for ourselves, a brand new home. That might be even better. You know," Grimma said thoughtfully, "I think the store gnomes would be perfectly happy just staying on the ship forever. That's why they love it. It feels like being in the store again, safe with all the troublesome outside neatly kept outside. Then I suppose it's my job to go along to remind them that an outside exists," Masklin said. "And when we've found a place, I want to bring the ship back." "Why?" Grimma asked. "What will be left here?" "Other gnomes," Masklin said. "Oh, yes," Grimma acknowledged, "and humans," Masklin added quietly. "We should speak with them," he said. "Who? The humans. They spend their whole lives inventing tales about things that aren't real, believing they're alone in the universe. We never had that problem. We always knew about them. They're desperately lonely and don't even realize it." He gestured vaguely. "I just think we might understand each other. They'd probably try to turn us into fairies." "Not if we return in the ship," she replied. "Even humans can tell there's nothing fairy-like about that." Grimma reached for his hand. "If that's truly what you wish, it is. Then I'll come back with you." A noise made them turn. Gerder stood there, a bag over his shoulder, wearing the resolute expression of someone committed to seeing things through. "I've come to say goodbye," he announced. "What do you mean?" asked Masklin. "We heard you say you're returning in the ship." "Yes, but please don't argue." Gerder glanced around. "I've been thinking ever since we boarded. There are other gnomes out in the world. Someone needs to find them and tell them the ship will return. We can't take them all now, but they deserve to know the truth. Someone has to spread the real story. I believe that someone should be me. I need to be useful for something." "Alone," said Masklin. Gerder dug into his bag. "Not entirely alone. I'm taking the thing," he said, holding up the black cube. "Wait," Masklin started. "Do not worry." The thing's voice chimed in. "I have copied myself into the ship's systems. I can be in both places at once." "This is something I truly want to do," Gerder said, almost pleading. Masklin considered objecting, then stopped himself. Why argue? Gerda would likely be happier this way. Besides, he was right. This ship belonged to all gnomes. They were only borrowing it. Someone had to find the others scattered across the globe and share the truth. Who better than Gerda? The world was vast. It required someone with unwavering belief. Would you like someone to go with you? Masklin asked. No, I'll find other gnomes to help. I've already spoken with Peon. Gerda leaned in, a new spark in his eyes. To be honest, I'm actually looking forward to it. But the world is enormous, Masklin said. You can't be certain you'll find help. Then I'll have to hope. Well, if you're sure, Masklin said, still uncertain. More sure than I've been about anything in a long time, Gerda affirmed. And I've been certain about plenty, as you know. We should find a good place to set you down, said Masklin. Right? Gerda agreed, trying to appear brave. Somewhere with plenty of geese. They left him at sunset beside a lake. The parting rushed, lingering too long would draw human attention. As the hatch closed, Grimma said, You shouldn't have let him go. He doesn't even know how to steer a goose. I told him that. He said Peon gave him some tips, and if he can't find goose-riding gnomes, he'll learn himself, Masklin replied. He insisted that if the Floridians could manage, so could he. He was very determined. Gerda learned just like that, Grimma said skeptically. You learned to drive the truck, Masklin pointed out. That was different. I had to. Maybe there are things he has to do too. He has a chance. Why should we stand in his way? But we're his friends. Exactly, Masklin said softly. The last they saw of Gerda was a small figure waving from the shore. Then the lake shrank to a green speck on the receding landscape, a whole world unfolding with one unseen gnome at its heart. And then there was nothing. The control room was packed with gnomes, their eyes fixed on the view as the ship climbed higher. Grimma gazed out, her voice soft with wonder. I never imagined it looked this way, she murmured. It just goes on and on. It's a fair size, Masklin agreed, watching the horizon stretch. Grimma shook her head slowly. You'd think a single planet would be plenty of room for everyone. Maybe, Masklin replied, a thoughtful edge to his words. But sometimes I wonder if one world is ever really enough for anybody. What's our heading, Angalo? Angalo grinned, pushing all the controls to their limits. We're going so high, he announced, pure triumph in his tone that the idea of down just stops mattering as the ship arced gracefully into the star-filled blackness. The world below ceased its slow reveal. It shrank into a perfect dark circle, silhouetted against the sun's fierce light. Gnomes and frogs peered down at their former home. Then the sunlight caught its atmosphere, igniting a brilliant halo around the edges, rays of gold and amber piercing the void, until the entire planet resembled nothing so much as a luminous, celestial flower blooming in the endless dark.